guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. In an extensive closed-door interview with lawmakers Wednesday, James Biden asserted that his brother, President Joe Biden, was never engaged in any of his financial transactions. USA's John Schaefer has the story.
The interview was conducted as part of the Republican-led impeachment inquiry into the president. James Biden refuted allegations suggesting that President Biden leveraged his official capacities for personal gain through his family's international business endeavors. The testimony arrives amidst a significant setback to the inquiry's credibility following the arrest of a former FBI informant accused of fabricating bribery accusations against the president.
Capital murder charges and the weight of a possible death penalty are now coming for suspected child killer Don McDougal in Houston, Texas. Local deputies link him to the recent disappearance and death of an 11-year-old girl, Audrey Cunningham. Her body found 6 days after she went missing in a river not far from where she lived.
The Sheriff's Office, we will continue to process the evidence that has been gathered to ensure justice for Audrey.
Byron Lyons is the sheriff in Polk County, Texas. Investigators say McDougal was a family friend who lived out behind the family home. President Biden says his administration is canceling another $1.2 billion in student loan debt. It should impact roughly 150,000 or so borrowers. The move is the administration's latest effort at student debt relief. This latest wave of relief will go to borrowers who have been in repayment for over a decade or more and originally took out $12,000 or less. United Airlines will resume one daily flight to Israel. A route from Newark, New Jersey to Tel Aviv will open back up. It's the first time since October when cargo services and passenger flights were suspended following the Hamas terror attack. With the move, United becomes the first American carrier to resume direct service. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Ron DeSantis is not running for president anymore, but he is traveling across the country rallying support among state legislatures for the passage of a constitutional amendment imposing term limits on Congress.
This is something that the people in the states have the ability to propose changes to discipline Washington. The Founding Fathers structured the Constitution like that for a reason.
He told a crowd in Columbia, South Carolina, it's time to make them a reality. Healthcare expenses are a major financial worry for American adults, as revealed by a recent KFF survey, a poll that highlights the fear of unexpected medical bills and the expense of healthcare services being the primary financial concern among U.S. adults. Furthermore, the survey indicated that voters who face difficulties with their monthly bills deem it very important for presidential hopefuls to address issues related to health care and the economy. There could be an even bigger college football playoff coming. CFP Executive Director Bill Hancock told reporters the idea of a 14-team field beginning in the 2026 season was considered during a meeting in Dallas Wednesday. The tournament's expanding to a 12-team playoff this year.
This ain't Texas.
Beyoncé is becoming the first black woman to land a #1 hit on the Billboard country charts. This week, her song Texas Hold'em debuted in the top spot on Billboard's Hot 100 Country Songs. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we'll give it a big thumbs up there. And here we go. We're back. A little bit late. Who pulled the plug on us? Don't be a scarecrow. That was the last conversation we had. Yeah, we got cut short a little bit there for our Thursday morning program. But we are back. Back in the saddle again. Good to have you on board. Gather around. Welcome in. It is the Friday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio. Yet another cloudy night. Surprise, surprise. Outside our secret bunker. And cool it off a little bit. We've got the passing of the frontal system. Brought a little bit of rain. Didn't mount to much in our area. We kind of threaded the eye of the needle. Heavy rains to the north, heavy rains to the south, and we just got a few sprinkles. But tonight, that frontal system is making its way into the northeast and sweeping through the southeastern USA. A lot of rain. We're not talking severe weather. But indeed, some torrential rain is in the mix. Heaviest rains now east of Memphis. Things begin to quiet down a little bit. Nashville, you still have some decent rains coming through your area. But heavy rains from central Mississippi all the way up into western portions of Virginia, southern Virginia. It's lighter showers up toward Charleston, spotty showers. Then you get up into Pennsylvania, a lot of rain. Rain from New York City all the way over to Pittsburgh, PA. Some of the heaviest rain in central and western Pennsylvania tonight. As all this moisture rolls into the northeast, as we head into the weekend, there will be some pockets of snowfall. By no means any sort of a major winter event. Matter of fact, we don't even have winter weather advisories. No winter storm warnings, no winter weather advisories. Maybe a foggy night, though. Dense fog advisories for about the northern two-thirds of Ohio, northwest Pennsylvania, portions of eastern Indiana as well. We've enjoyed several days of spring-like temperatures, though, right? So a little bit of a cool-off into Friday, and then we turn the page, and temperatures begin to rebound once again through the weekend, and even warmer temperatures by the time we start the new week next week. Let's take a look around the country. Yes, indeed, spring-like temperatures will spread across the plains into next week. Now, there's the potential for some widespread record temperatures over several days as we head through the final few days of the month of February here. Big area of high pressure just offshore in the Gulf of Mexico helped usher in that first stage of warm air earlier this week through the plains, especially Wednesday. Areas that would typically be in the 50s and 60s were warmer in the 70s and 80s. Across the Texas Panhandle, we did see some records broke on Wednesday. Lubbock and Amarillo, the temperature hit 85 degrees in Lubbock, breaking the old record from 1996. The old record was 81. And also set in 1996, broke by 2 degrees. That first surge of warmth coming to an end as that cold front moved through the region this past day. Temperatures trending anywhere from 10 to 20 degrees cooler across much of the south central states here for your Friday. The only exception, southern Texas, where you're sticking around in the 70s and 80s on through the upcoming day. But looky there, a more widespread warm-up begins to build over the weekend and builds into the start of next week. Much of the plains, the Mississippi Valley, many areas all the way up into, say, Fargo, North Dakota, and Minneapolis are expected to top out in the 50s come Monday. Monday looks probably to be the warmest day of this stretch for the northern plains. Temperatures anywhere from 15 to 30 degrees above typical temperatures for this time of year. Dallas, you're expected to be in the upper 80s. That's more common for May. Now, several cities in the Great Plains on record high temperature watch as the warmth grips the region. As far north as Des Moines, Iowa, Dodge City, Kansas, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, all looking to top out of the 60s and 70s, which will come close to breaking some daily records. Many cities have the potential to set some daily record highs, as well as records for warm overnight low temperatures from Monday to Wednesday of next week. May-like conditions shifting slowly from the central states to the eastern seaboard. By the time we get to midweek next week, we could be challenging some records from Maine all the way down into the Carolinas. So while many may enjoy the prolonged warmth into early next week, yes, there will be a downside. Forecasters have been warning for several days that the warm, moist air surging into that region may spark some severe weather from the central and southern plains into the Mississippi, Ohio, and Tennessee valleys next week. Now, still several days away, but they already are kind of sounding the alarm. The potential for a multi-day severe weather outbreak, including tornadoes, continues to build for portions of the Great Plains to a large part of the Mississippi, Ohio, and Tennessee valleys. We're looking ahead till Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. That severe weather risk may even reach parts of the Appalachians and the eastern seaboard by Thursday of next week. These storms are going to erupt along a strong cold front. Other key ingredients, which would be the surge of warm, moist air, temperatures, as we were just discussing, surging to record high levels by day and remaining unusually warm during the overnight hours for much of the central states ahead of that frontal system. All modes of severe weather will be possible. Powerful wind gusts, large hail, flash flooding, and even a few tornadoes. AccuWeather's kind of outlined the zones at risk, at least some severe weather next week, but they may escalate the severe weather outlook in the coming days, obviously, as more details on the outbreak begin to come into focus. While a few strong storms may erupt over the southern high plains of Texas and Oklahoma as early as next Monday evening, the main threat of severe weather is going to hold off till probably Tuesday afternoon, and it's going to be a broad area. We'll break some of that down as we make our way into a Friday. Here comes the weekend, TGIF. Well, hello, Philly Dan. TGIF. Hope everybody has a great weekend. So did anybody else out there lose your cell service today, or AT&T this past morning? Yeah, a lot of people did. And we've got the latest. It's been a crazy day. Solar flares. Was it a cyber attack? Questions, investigations are ongoing. I do believe the latest numbers say the outages as far as cellular service have been greatly reduced, down to maybe 1,000 plus at this hour. Rockvic says, good morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Right now, 41 with overcast skies at the Rochester Airport. Happy Friday, all you hardworking Americans. Have a great weekend if you got one. Major League Baseball spring training games beginning Saturday. How about that? I know Rick there in Columbus is all excited about his Cincinnati Reds playing their first game. Everybody watch out for the other drivers. Stay safe and enjoy. Jacob, hello to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. There's Scott Dykstra. Good morning. Louis Evans, a.k.a. Zorro, is on board. Let's roll. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down. Be safe. It's a little wet on 87 North. Heading to Schenectady. Then it's back to Wilmington, Delaware, to load for New Haven, Connecticut in the morning. Got your work cut out for you tonight, right? Hello, Marianne. Good morning, Steve. The Overnight Family. Morning, Pappy. Pappy's in the house. Going to be going to physical therapy next Monday. All right. Hope all goes well. Roy, what day is it, Steve? You're talking about that Mary Jane. I think that stuff stays in your system for like 30 days. Yeah, that was the idea we were discussing last evening. Randy says, good morning. Hello from Northwest Pennsylvania tonight. Chris Smith, morning, Steve. Glad you're back on the air. I guess AT&T found a way to get people to put their phones down. I wonder which one's going to be the next to go down. Have a good show. Everybody be safe out there. Hello to the Country Bumpkin checking in there. There's Pappy. Good morning. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. Somewhere beneath the Earth's crust, the hotshot hidden secret bunker. Steve's throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna, turning on that stick eliminator power mic. Don't forget, stay Bill your lane, because the Overnight Drive is hammered down. TGIF, it's the weekend. Time for the two-time world champion manure hauler to park that 18-wheeler and cook him up some duck. 45 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Heat up that cup of joe. Dial us up at 844-844-3388. Be a part of the show. Or you could be like Big Ed. Can't find 'em, grind 'em. Are you with me? P.S. Beware of automatic upgrades to the system. Just saying. Randy, Northwest Pennsylvania, tons of rain tonight. Yeah, not a pretty night out there, is it? I-77 northbound. Hello, Shorty. Let's see. Corbin, Kentucky. It's a little off your typical beaten path, isn't it? Rainy, 55 degrees. We are Columbus bound. All right, good to have you with us. Heat wave, good morning from El Paso, Texas. If you're headed east or west on I-10, it's a friggin' mess on the west side as the interstate is closed both directions. So if you're headed this way, you have been warned. As for me, I'm going to take an 8-hour nap and be a solar driver later today. Be safe until we do this again, maybe Monday morning. All right, so that's east or west I-10, El Paso, Texas. Something going on, right? It's a mess, he says. Hello to the lovely Dingback. Just checking in here from the home 20. It's a lovely 47 in West Memphis. Just wanting to give a heads up if you're planning on coming through Memphis this weekend. The old 55, the old bridge, it'll be closed from Saturday 5 a.m. till 6 a.m. Monday. This is both directions. Lucky Brain Dead and I were home when the crazy cell phone service was down. Hope everybody has a great night out there. And before I forget, have you checked your email about the Heroes of the Week? Another thing, I finally found Wilson, but I think he's not happy when his phone service went down. Have a great night and be blessed. Yeah, we'll get into it here. Daniel just checks in from over by Terry, Montana tonight. It's a pretty nice night, he says, actually 38 degrees. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we are kicking off a Friday, working our way into the 23rd day of February from time zone to time zone. I don't know that there's any correlation to what was transpiring with AT&T, and, well, initially it was numerous cell providers, but it all began to unfold about 3:30 a.m., and by 4:30 a.m., we lost our connection. What was it, about 4:35, 4:40 a.m.? Only had about 20 minutes of show left. But AT&T customers unable to make even 911 calls to operators in an emergency. The outage tracking website Down Detector at 4:30 a.m. reporting over 30,000 reports of outage. AT&T told Newsweek this past day, "We're aware of the situation, working to resolve it. Some of our customers are experiencing wireless service interruptions. We are working urgently to restore service. We encourage the use of Wi-Fi calling until service is restored, was the initial message. But outages were coming in literally from coast to coast, from Texas to Florida, from New York to California. After reports other carriers had been affected, the network provider Verizon said in a statement that customers experienced issues in the morning when calling or texting with customers served by another carrier. They were monitoring this situation. It was a little after 11 a.m. AT&T told Newsweek pretty much the same thing. Our network teams taking immediate action so far. About 3/4 of the network has been restored. T-Mobile told Newsweek that they did not experience an outage, that their network appeared to be operating normally. The down detector was probably reflecting challenges that our customers were having attempting to contact or connect with users of other networks, is the way they put it. In Mentor, Ohio, the city sent out a message. Attention, all AT&T customers, be advised, all AT&T lines are down. All texts and calls to non-emergency and emergency lines are not going through. Please seek alternatives. Numerous social media messages, seeing people commenting that they're unable to send messages. Checking Twitter to see that I'm not crazy. And AT&T got our phones not working. Those were the kind of comments coming in. Flagler County Sheriff's Office in Florida tweeted out, AT&T is experiencing an outage. Subscribers are unable to call or text 911. AT&T simply by the end of the day said we provide more than 100 million U.S. customers with communication experiences across mobile and broadband. So good. I don't know. Is there a correlation? Virtually everything we do with the program is some form or fashion related, obviously, to internet connections. And, I mean, this stuff is bouncing off satellites. The radio.co feeding the like of the various apps, the YouTube, and, of course, Rumble, obviously. The call-in studio, a connection that actually bounces from my connection all the way to California to take your calls and send them back to us. The Comrex, which feeds our affiliates from Salem Broadcasting down in Texas. Now, as the day progressed, several different scenarios were unfolding. At one point, there was word that several major solar flares, explosions on the sun, may have been a contributing factor. Now, it appears that is not the case, but indeed there have been. I mean, we're talking 3 major solar flares in less than 24 hours here. That brought me to from iSky Creations, which says in an unprecedented event that seems straight out of a sci-fi movie, a massive solar flare has struck the Earth, leading to widespread communication disruptions across the globe, which has left millions without cell phone service. Now, that was the initial thought. As of the time of reporting, they said, countless others around the world find themselves cut off from cellular networks, some devices displaying an SOS message, indicating emergency communication modes are in effect, others failing to connect to any network whatsoever. The scale of the disruption becoming apparent after reports started flooding in on the Down Detector website that tracks real-time outages and issues affecting various services. The fallout from this event is far-reaching. Rideshare drivers for services like Uber and Lyft unable to receive ride requests, effectively halting their operations, in some cases leaving passengers stranded. Food delivery services taking a hit, orders unable to go through, impacting both customers and businesses alike. Essentially, any business that relies heavily on cell phone communications was facing unprecedented challenges. Now, as far as the explosions on the sun, I went over to space weather. And the big sunspot, AR 3590, is as dangerous as it looks. Now, the initial reporting said the past 24 hours, the active region has produced not one but two X-class solar flares. The pair almost identical. First was an X 1.8, followed by an X 1.7. And X is the top level on the scale of these explosions on the sun. Extreme ultraviolet radiation from the flares ionized the top of Earth's atmosphere, causing shortwave radio blackouts over Hawaii and Australia. Mariners and ham radio operators in those areas noticing loss of signal at all frequencies below 30 megahertz. Now, that wouldn't be the kind of thing that affected any of our cellular systems here in this country or anywhere else. But the last report is a much larger solar flare occurred late this past evening. Stick around for more details.
USA News Update. Multiple federal agencies are currently conducting investigations to ascertain whether Thursday's cell phone outages came from technical glitches or were part of a cyber attack. According to ABC News, among the agencies involved in determining the cause are the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security. Mortgage rates have climbed for a third consecutive week. According to Freddie Mac's data, the 30-year fixed-rate mortgage averaged 6.9% this week, marking an increase from just under 6.8% the previous week. A storm is anticipated to impact the Northeast, bringing rain and potential snowfall. Meteorologists predict that the system, which crossed the Midwest on Thursday, will progress eastward throughout Friday. While the East Coast is projected to receive primarily rain, northern New England may experience some significant snowfall. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty. Well, I guess we lost Captain Ron. One day closer to the greatest day of the week. I know that's what he planned to let us know. Guess he had to go. Hello, Captain Ron. Safe travels out there. Daniel makes a good point. Just imagine how many truck drivers were using the likes of AT&T technology to run their ELDs. Yeah. Pretty much screwed. You imagine pulling into the scale, having the DOT say, I need to see your logs, and you can't show them anything because AT&T system was down. This is just a brief reminder of just how much we are all dependent on the likes of digital communication, right? We've talked about our power grid, the water systems, cyber attacks. Now, the solar flares, again, I think they've ruled out that having any impact on cell service. But this latest flare that erupted, now I don't know what's the translation from UT, Universal Time, versus like Eastern Time, which is my time zone. Earth orbiting, from spaceweather.com here a few hours ago, Earth orbiting satellites have just detected an X6.3 class solar flare. That is a monster. From Sunspot AR 3590. This is the strongest solar flare of this entire cycle 25. And these cycles run for like 7-year cycles. They said stay tuned for updates about this explosion, especially whether or not it has hurled a CME, coronal mass ejection, toward the Earth. 6.3 on the X scale. That's big. Now, the update from, it's about 9 o'clock this past evening, just a few hours ago. AT&T has said that the hours-long outage does not appear to be the result of a malicious attack, anything like a cyber attack. Based on our initial review, we believe the outage was caused by the application and execution of an incorrect process used as we were expanding our network rather than a cyber attack. By 8 p.m. Eastern, the network was down to less than 1,000 outages. Cricket Wireless, which is owned by AT&T, had more than 9,000 outages at one point. Those were trailing off as well. Other carriers, Verizon and T-Mobile, also reported issues, but those companies said that their networks were operating normally. Of course, during the outage, some iPhone users saw that SOS message. The Federal Communications Commission said has been in contact with AT&T, as well as the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI. According to our National Security Council, the FBI acknowledging they have also been in touch with AT&T. Should we learn of any malicious activity, we will respond accordingly. The outage also raised concerns on Capitol Hill. We're working to assess today's disruption to gain a complete understanding what went wrong and what can be done to prevent future incidents like this. Kathy Rogers is a Washington Republican who chairs the Energy and Commerce Committee, as well as Ohio Republican Bob Latta, chair of the Communications and Technology Subcommittee. Now, we can definitively say it is a cyber attack affecting pharmacies all over the country. Pharmacies experiencing delays in prescription orders due to a cyber attack on one of the biggest healthcare technology companies in the nation, known as Change Healthcare. Change Healthcare first noted the cybersecurity issue affecting their networks Wednesday morning on the East Coast. Now, all this at the same time the major cell outage affecting millions of customers around the country, crippling 911 services. Now, on the biggest networks, Change Healthcare said there is no doubt our platforms are facing problems have been caused by a cyber attack. Statement says Change Healthcare is experiencing a network interruption related to a cybersecurity issue. Experts are working to address the matter. Once we became aware of the outside threat, in the interest of protecting our partners and patients, we took immediate action to disconnect our systems to prevent further impact. Now, what does that mean? We will provide updates as more information becomes available. But they say across the country, pharmacies have issued notices that the attack on Change Healthcare is disrupting their ability to process prescription orders. A post from 22nd Medical Group, a medical center based at McConnell Air Force Base in Kansas, says we are experiencing a pharmacy outage at the 22nd Medical Group. We understand the inconvenience this may cause. We appreciate your patience as we work to resolve the issue. Our team is working to restore complete pharmacy services. Now, the estimated date for resolving the issue was at least today, Friday, or maybe later. We will continue to monitor the situation and provide updates. There is currently no publicly available report on the nature or origin of the cybersecurity issue plaguing. But they do say this is a nationwide outage from some of the largest prescription processors in North America. That statement from the Michigan-based Canadian Lakes Pharmacy this past evening. They went on to say, we can receive your prescriptions, but for most insurance plans, we cannot bill your insurance company. If you can wait a day or two to pick up your prescription, that would be great. If you need it today, we'll do our best to accommodate individual needs. So obviously, this would be a scenario where you normally have a copay maybe of $20 on a prescription that may be $300-400. And you got that money to fork over. Again, the service outage is expected to last at least through Friday, but Change Healthcare has not given a definitive timeline for the return of service. Strange times we live in, folks. All right, Buckeye Boy, what do we have? Phoenix, Arizona, 61 degrees. Hit a few good shots today on the golf course. I also hit some bad ones. I've already got my tea time for Laguna Beach next week. It was a sunny, beautiful day here today. Let's see, bad Nikki Haley, how bad she gets beat Saturday. And hopefully she'll get the message. But I don't think she will. She's not going to drive. She's waiting for Super Tuesday, I think, no matter what. Either way, have a great night, a better weekend. Everybody be careful out there. Brain Dead, back at it here, right? Good morning, Steve. Happy Friday to you. It's my Monday. 54 at the store in Arlington, Tennessee. Had a little bit of rain earlier. We did have issues with our cell service. However, my phone is a 14 Pro Max. It doesn't have a SIM card. My other phone is a 12 Pro Max. Had no problem with service as it has an actual SIM card. Did send you the DA of the Week nominees. It's time to deliver the groceries. We'll try to check in later this morning. All right, there you go. We will look forward to that. Well, we'll get to some of our industry headlines coming up here. And, of course, it is a Friday. Scarecrow, I guess he informed us he will not be joining us this Friday morning, nor will the Knucklebuster having his little procedure this weekend to remove some skin cancer. I hope all goes well there. So, meanwhile, we'll get to other headlines. It's 844-844-3388. It is a Friday morning. That means we will have a winner chicken dinner. Who wins this week's Big Rig Duo in our Facebook contest, which will continue for another couple of weeks. All you got to do is go to the Facebook page. They'll update on Monday for next week's drawing. But from Facebook, follow the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Go to the comments and simply comment Hot Shot Secret, and you're registered. We'll have a winner's name later here this Friday morning, so stick around for the latest there. All right, who we got? Would that be 5-7, I do believe. Good morning.
Hello, Steve. How are you?
Well, that's not 5-7. Who is this?
This is Debbie out in Montana.
Well, hello, Debbie. How the heck are you?
I'm doing good. It's nice up here. It's been about 45 degrees all day. We got through the winter with about 4 to 6 inches of snow all total.
That's a mild winter for you guys.
Oh, yeah, real mild. Hey, on this deal with New York City, I realize, the truckers can do this. But what happens to the system of the first responders, the people on oxygen or trachea thingies during something like this? Will they mandate that they have to deliver medical equipment?
You're talking about the whole premise of a trucker boycott. Debbie, I don't think I haven't heard of any real participation in that. It was a lot.
Oh, I have.
Really? Okay. I mean, I know earlier in the week there were a lot of posts about trucks not delivering, but I haven't seen any updates that there's really been a lot of participation. Maybe I'm missing something.
Yeah, I've got a cousin that drives out of Salt Lake City. He don't do New York, but he knows a lot of people that do. And they're telling him that at least 10% of his outfit is going to go for it.
Mm-hmm.
And this morning I heard on the news that would be all they would have to do to shut New York down for good.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wonder, just in my own mind, what happens to these people that are on machines at home, or the first responders can't get fuel? What would happen? Is the chaos.
Well, that is, if the truckers were to actually, if everybody got on board and stopped rolling it, and that would be for any city or the entire country for that matter, if they shut down.
Right.
Chaos ensues within literally 2 to 3 days. The whole country's shut down.
That's right. Well, they've been showing pictures of the shelves in New York City, and they are empty, Steve. But he said that all the load boards have been taken down. He said the truck stops are virtually ghost towns. He says he's never seen anything like it.
Interesting. All right. Well, I honestly, when I follow all the industry headlines, I hadn't seen much about it because so maybe I'll have to do some double checking.
Okay. Well, you have a good day, Steve, and enjoy the rest of your program.
Hey, thank you for chiming in, Debbie in Montana. Appreciate you being a part of the program. Have a great weekend.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Going back to early this week, essentially our Sunday night into Monday morning program, when all this Chicago Ray, the social media buzz was that the trucks were not going to roll into New York. Again, I haven't really seen anything about any disruptions whatsoever. But I had pulled up the old infographic, which we didn't really get to at the time, and I didn't bother sharing it because I didn't think anything was coming to fruition. But, I mean, from several years ago, I remember when this had first come out. It's got a little infographic explaining from CDL Life what would happen if the trucks stopped in America. And it breaks down within the first 24 hours, delivery of medical supplies to the affected areas would cease. Hospitals would run out of basic supplies, things like syringes. Service stations would begin to run out of fuel. Manufacturers using the just-in-time manufacturing model would develop component shortages. U.S. mail and other packages delivery would cease. Within 1 day, food shortages begin to develop. Automobile fuel availability and delivery dwindles, leading to skyrocketing prices and long lines at the gas pumps. That's 24 hours. Now let's look 2 to 3 days in. Food shortages escalate, especially in the face of hoarding and consumer panic. Supplies of essentials like bottled water, powdered milk, canned meat at major retailers disappear. ATMs will run out of cash. Banks will be unable to process transactions. Service stations will completely run out of fuel for cars and trucks. Garbage begins piling up in the urban and suburban areas. Container ships will sit idle in the ports, and rail transport will be disrupted, eventually coming to a standstill. Now that's, again, 2 to 3 days in. 1 week in, if the trucks stopped, automobile travel will cease due to the lack of fuel. Hospitals will begin to exhaust oxygen supplies. Second week, the nation's clean water supply begins to run dry. If indeed it would last into fourth week, the nation will exhaust its clean water supply. Illnesses will increase, further taxing an already weakened healthcare system. But I mean, looking at just literally the first 24, if the trucks stopped, the trucks keep this country moving, folks. And I think, well, we're speaking to the choir here. You know that. But a whole lot of people out there in the general populace, they just don't realize how dependent they are on those trucks. Every single day, everything they touch. All right, 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? Rolling into a Friday. All right, we'll get some of the industry headlines here. This is down in Brain Dead's neck of the woods. Man, oh man, Memphis. The latest, a delivery driver held at gunpoint says a group of men took off with his load of cigarettes in Memphis last week. It's February 16 at the Quick Stop in Memphis, Tennessee, Bartlett Road. According to the Action News 5, the driver was about to unload his delivery of cigarettes to the gas station when a blue Ford Escape pulled up next to his truck, drove around to the back of the trailer. The men then jumped inside, started unloading the cigarettes. The delivery driver tried to run away, but he said the suspects held him at gunpoint until they had taken the cigarettes and driven away. Surveillance video captured the blue Ford Escape pulling into the gas station parking lot. That's about all we know. They're asking anyone with information to call Crime Stoppers. Wow. These brazen, right out in the middle of broad daylight. Yeah, truck drivers. Who wants to go to Memphis right about now? It's been difficult there. Meanwhile, as the drugs continue to pour into the country, this was big. The U.S. Customs and Border Protection seizing several tons of illegal drugs from a big rig in Texas, part of the largest ever drug seizure at a point of entry. This was this past Sunday at the Camino Real International Bridge, Eagle Pass, Texas, no less. Tractor trailer enters the facility with a load manifested as drying agent for piglets. The truck was referred for a secondary inspection. Using a canine unit and the facility's non-intrusive inspection system, officers discovered 13,101 pounds of methamphetamine on the truck. 13,000+ pounds? Estimated street value, $117.1 million. That's a lot of drugs. Obviously, they seized the drugs. Homeland Security Investigations is spearheading the investigation. But they stated this gargantuan methamphetamine seizure, the largest ever taken down by Customs and Border Protection officers at a point of entry, uniquely illustrates the serious narcotics threat that our officers face on a daily basis and their effectiveness at utilizing our technological enforcement tools and experience to zero in on these threats. That's the Field Operations Director at the Laredo Field Office. This seizure exemplifies our officers' steadfast commitment to advancing Customs and Border Protection's priority border security mission. But 13,000 pounds of methamphetamine. Boy, that's a lot of drugs. And that's a load that was stopped from coming. For every load we apprehend, Yeah, at last check, I 2 to 3 other loads actually make it through one way or the other into this country. All right, news update coming up here. When we come back, we break down hour number 2, other industry headlines. It appears, indeed, we've landed on the moon. Not humans, but for the first time in 50 years, Odysseus has officially made history with a successful lunar touchdown. None of it could have happened without some fast work from engineers on the ground and what they're describing as a breath-catching save from a NASA payload this past day. Updates there coming up. And our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. An investigation is continuing into Thursday's cell phone outages that affected many AT&T customers across the country. The FBI, Department of Homeland Security, and other agencies are looking into the cause to see if it was a cyber attack or just technical difficulties. This as National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby says there's no credible reason to believe it was an intentional attack.
We're going to look at this really hard. We're going to work with industry to see what we can find out. But right now, we're being told that AT&T has no reason to think that this was a cybersecurity incident.
President Biden is reportedly considering an executive order to try and help restrict the number of illegal immigrants crossing across the southern border into the United States. National Border Patrol Council President Brandon Judd tells Fox News he believes the president needs to drastically change his administration's policies regarding the border, emphasizing Americans are at risk nationwide.
It's very scary when you think that we're releasing people into the United States that have gang affiliations because President Biden said, if you want to flee, come, we'll accept you, when in reality, the vast majority of the people that we apprehend do not have legitimate asylum claims, and that's proven down the line.
The Northeast is expected to get hit with another storm that will bring rain and possible snow. Forecasters saying the system that's moving across the Midwest on Thursday will move eastward, bringing a chance of rain to mostly New England, but parts of upstate New York could see snow. Motocross star J.O. Archer is dead after crashing during trick practice in Australia. The action sports group Nitro Circus posting about his death on Instagram. writing that he was the epitome of passion, hard work, and determination. Archer lost control of his bike while recreating the famous upside-down move during drills. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
President Biden speaking to the press after meeting with family members of Alexei Navalny, opposition leader of Russian President Vladimir Putin. Navalny recently died while jailed in Russia. The president commenting on his meeting with Navalny's wife, Yulia Navalny.
One thing that was made clear to me is that Yolanda she's going to continue the fight he had underway. So we're not letting up.
South Carolina Republican Senator Tim Scott is urging former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley to drop out of the GOP presidential primary. He spoke after casting his ballot in South Carolina's Republican primary.
Between Joe Biden and Donald Trump is Nikki Haley. And so getting out of the way is incredibly important, not for the party, but for America's future.
A Texas judge is ruling in favor of a high school that was accused of violating the Crown Act, legislation that bans hair discrimination based on race, after Daryl George was told that he was in violation of his school's dress code due to the length of his dreadlocks in his hair. State chair of the Texas Coalition of Black Democrats, Dr. Candace Matthews, comments on the decision.
We are highly disappointed on the decision that was made. Daryl will have to continue to be in school suspension until the federal case kicks in.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, here comes the Friday. Welcome in. For those just joining us, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Not a bad night for trailer truck in much of the country. Now, rain's going to slow you down in parts of the southeast. And we will see maybe a little bit of snow impacting the northeast-most reaches of the country as we head into the weekend. Forecasters really begin to zoom in on next week. First, we get the big warm-up over the weekend. Those first storms may begin to fire up in the southern high plains of Texas and Oklahoma next Monday evening. But the main event holds off till Tuesday into Wednesday. Now, they're telling us approximately 20 million people from northeast Texas and northwest Louisiana all the way to northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin may be at risk for severe thunderstorms, including a possible tornado from late Tuesday to Tuesday night. The area is subject to change in the coming days, but at this point, some of the major cities at risk by Tuesday evening stretch from Chicago to Milwaukee, St. Louis to Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Little Rock, Arkansas, as this cold front advances east. That threat of severe weather also moves along with it on Wednesday. By Wednesday, about 30 million would be at risk for severe thunderstorms and possible tornadoes from northern Indiana and Ohio all the way down to eastern Arkansas, the central portions of Mississippi and Alabama, as well as part of northern Georgia. At that point in time, so by midweek, some of the major cities and travel hubs that may be at risk Wednesday to Wednesday night, from Indianapolis to Cincinnati to Nashville and Memphis, Tennessee, Louisville, Kentucky, Birmingham, Alabama, maybe some of the northern and western suburbs even of Atlanta. As that cold front presses eastward Thursday, the risk of severe weather may include much of the heavily populated I-85 and 95 corridors of the Southeast and the Mid-Atlantic, even as far north as Philadelphia and New York City. Next week, folks, looks to be a very active week. At some point from Wednesday evening to Thursday, the thunderstorm activity may focus on a solid line with strong winds and torrential downpours. There may be a risk of isolated tornadoes embedded along that line, or possibly rotating thunderstorms that develop ahead of that line. They're given plenty of advance warning for folks to review your severe weather safety measures. March technically marks the beginning of severe weather season. Now, undoubtedly, severe weather can occur any time of year, but we're going to have these temperatures warming up more typical of May by early next week versus late February. We'll keep an eye on things and, of course, let you have the latest. 844-844-3388. All right, according to OOIDA, this now is the time. Let your representatives in the House and the Senate know to please support the DRIVE Act. Thousands of drivers have already told the FMCSA they do not want speed limiters mandated on trucks. OOIDA is asking truckers to send that message to Congress. Time is of the essence. They sent an email out recently to their 150,000 members asking them to encourage your lawmaker to support the DRIVE Act. It has been introduced in the House and Senate. It would prevent the FMCSA from moving forward with any rulemaking that requires speed limiters. Recently, the FMCSA confirmed that the next phase of the speed limiter rulemaking is expected in May. While the agency considers their next steps, we're not waiting around. That's why we continue to press Congress to stop speed limiters through the DRIVE Act. We need you to join the fight. Representative Josh Brecheen of Oklahoma introduced the DRIVE Act, H.R. 3039, last year. Senator Steve Daines of Montana followed in the Senate with Senate Bill 2761. Opponents of speed limiters point to the dangerous speed differentials. Then you've got states' rights and unintended consequences as reasons we should not mandate these. We know thousands of drivers echoed those concerns after the advance notice of supplemental rulemaking back in 2022. They received over 15,000 comments from drivers. But they are expected to take the next step in the rulemaking process by issuing a formal proposal come May. Now, as far as the DRIVE Act, the House version has 34 co-sponsors. The Senate version has 9. There needs to be a lot more. OOIDA told their members there is no time to waste in garnering more support for this bill. This legislation blocks the FMCSA from creating a speed limiter rule. Over 40 members of Congress have voiced their support for the DRIVE Act so far. But we need more before the FMCSA announces the next proposal come May. So encouraging you, the drivers, contact your lawmaker. You can go to the Fighting for Truckers website. Earlier this week, OOIDA also sent a letter to House Republican offices stressing the importance of getting the DRIVE Act passed as soon as possible. All right, Eagle checks in here. Hey, we got a Friday coming on. Here come the weekend. Morning, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah, how you doing, Steve, brother? Yeah, I'm out here on the road, man. I told you I'm making my way back to Atlanta now after leaving Virginia. Yeah, I should get to Atlanta tomorrow night so I can get ready for the race on Sunday in Atlanta Speedway. Look like they got good weather this weekend, so hopefully there'll be some good action. Good action this week. Yeah, I got to find a place to park my truck, but they usually have a lot of truck parking at the Atlanta Speedway. Yeah. So we'll see how that goes. And then after that, hopefully I can get a load headed out to Texas or something. And then might take a couple of days off. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do after that. But yeah, Steve, a lot of stuff is going down, man. A lot of stuff is going down in the U.S. right now. But one thing I want to focus on right quick, and just get this thing started off. Unfortunately, I got to talk about Joe Biden again. Seems like this guy's a daily in the news every day for doing something stupid. You know something, Steve? I know that these college kids are very dumb and very naive. They fell for that trick in 2020, Steve. Joe Biden did the same damn thing, talking about he gonna pay off people's college debt, hoping that these idiots in return will vote for him. Joe Biden doesn't give a damn about these college kids, Steve. He's using these people as a stepping stone. He knows he's desperate for votes right now. Trump is walking away with this election, and now all of a sudden Joe Biden is concerned about people not being able to pay their college debt. It's a joke. And here's the biggest kicker about him, Steve, is now, but I got bad news for you, Joe Biden, and anybody else that's associated with you, my man. Have you heard the latest news, Steve, that Joe Biden claimed he got some border legislation that he wants to bring to the table to try to close the border? Now, what the hell is he talking about? 15, 20 million people later, and he just realized we got a damn problem. Did you just hear what I said, Steve?
Absolutely. Yes, it's election year, Eagle. He damn well knows he's got to do something now.
Yeah, it's like a slap in the face, man. This is ridiculous. Either Joe Biden is the stupidest guy that's ever been in the White House, or he thinks that the American people are the stupidest people. How the hell is he going to say he wants to got some border legislation when Greg Abbott been on his begging and pleading with this idiot for the last 3 years to send some help down to Texas, send some help down to the southern border to shut this deal down? I got bad news for you, Joe Biden, brother. The border, all the people are already in. I'll just turn your television on, my man. You can check out what's going on in Venezuela. Check out your friends in Venezuela that's attacking police officers, senior citizens, breaking the law, doing whatever, selling dope, drugs, doing the whole deal. You should have thought about that about 3 years ago, brother. I got bad. We don't need your help, Joe Biden. Just get the hell out of the White House and let somebody else get in that can get the job done, and his name is Donald Trump. It just pisses me off, Steve, when somebody blatantly makes a stupid mistake like he's done, and now all of a sudden in an election year, now he's concerned with the border. It doesn't work like that, Joe Biden, my man. It doesn't work like that in America, brother. You had plenty of time to get this deal out. Like I told you last night, Steve, Joe Biden didn't even have to touch the border. If all he had to do was leave things the way it was when Trump walked out of the office, White House, we wouldn't be talking about this right now. And by the way, before I forget about this, Steve, before I move on to Donald Trump's situation, I like the way you handled Sundance last night. You shut that guy down the way he needs to be shut down. For him to come on your radio program and say that Donald Trump is responsible for the southern border being wide open, it just shows his stupidity, and you put him right in his place when you hung up on him. So I congratulate you, Steve, for not even wasting your time with a loser like that. For the gall of him to call in and say something like that. Now, let's move on to Donald Trump, Steve. Let's move on to him and his situation. Now, Donald Trump, if I was him, man, when it comes to this money, I wouldn't give him a damn dime to Letitia James and this bogus judge in New York. I wouldn't give him a dime. I would wait. I would hold out as long as I possibly could, brother, because this case is going to be thrown in the trash can. If they review this case, if they can find somebody to actually do their job, Steve, and look into this deal, they will clearly say that Letitia James and this bogus judge both went across the line, and both of them, Donald Trump doesn't. He doesn't know them. He doesn't know them a damn dime, as far as I'm concerned, Steve. And if I was him, I wouldn't pay him a damn dime. And if they try to touch my property, I would get my lawyers involved. If Letitia James say she want to confiscate his property, his home, his Trump Tower in New York, his airplanes, and anything else he possessed, if they touched anything that Trump owned, I would get Donald Trump. He ought to get his lawyers on the job and sue him for everything they got. Because Donald Trump don't owe the city of New York nothing. And like I said before, if Donald Trump was smart, Steve, he would pull all his business out the hell with New York, like I told you last night. That rat-infested rat hole, they've basically given it up to the immigrants, that loser mayor they got up there. Because I'm very pissed off, Steve. New York City used to be a once great city, once great place, the mecca of the universe with the tall skyscraper buildings, the twin tower buildings, and all these big beautiful buildings that they built in New York. And now it's a joke. Like you said, half them damn buildings are vacant or either half vacant. These skyscrapers that you see standing up in the sky, it's embarrassing what has happened to New York, Steve. It is just totally embarrassing, the destruction of New York City by these Democratic losers that have actually taken over this city, and they got the nerve to try to run Donald Trump out of town. Donald Trump is one of the reasons why New York and Manhattan was put on the map, Steve, because of Donald Trump and his money and his power. And now they're trying to kick him out of town. It's an insult, and bring in people that don't even belong here. So, like I said before, Steve, it's gone too far. I never thought I would see this in America, where a man like Donald Trump, who's only trying to make America great again, and I still ain't heard nobody respond to that, Steve, on your show. The Joe Biden fans, the Sundance, maybe he can call in, but I doubt if he will. I want Sundance to tell me when he heard Joe Biden say he wanted to make America great again, when he actually cared about America. Joe Biden doesn't give a damn about America. He only cares about what he can get out of it. If he showed you how much, Joe Biden has shown the American people how much he cares about this country every time he write out a check to Ukraine and put it in the mailbox. That's how much he cares about the USA, brother. Every time he sends another check to that loser over there in Ukraine. And I'll repeat myself what I said last night about that Ukraine guy, Steve. You want to fight a war, my man? Finance it, pay for it your damn self, and maybe you can somehow figure out a way to beat Vladimir Putin. It doesn't look like even with the help of the United States, he's still turning out to be a loser, Steve. So I say to hell with him and let him get his own money. We got problems here in the U.S. of A. And I can bet you this, Steve. So he better enjoy the ride for the next 10 or 11 months with a loser in the White House. Because you could best believe this, Steve. When Donald Trump get in the White House, I guarantee you he won't receive another damn dime from the United States of America. So enjoy the ride, my man, over there in Ukraine, because the money train is coming to an end, and we'll see who you get your money from next to fight your so-called war with Vladimir Putin, your never-ending war. So I say the hell with Ukraine, and especially, I'm going to repeat myself one more time, the hell with New York City. Donald Trump, if you can hear me right now, brother, take everything you own and move your possessions down to Florida and start your own damn business and build your own skyscrapers right down there in Florida. You'll pay less taxes, and you'll have to be around much better people. To hell with New York. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Eagle on fire here, Friday morning. There you go. They're going to get a quick timeout coming up. But, 3 years in, 3+ years in, listening to Alejandro Mayorkas day after day, week after week, month after month. Yeah, every time he got to the podium saying the border is secure, the border is secure. And now, well, son of a gun, I'll be damned. It's election year, and hey, we got a problem at the border. Did you know that? House Speaker Mike Johnson speaking out about Biden now brazenly misleading the people about his authority to address the southern border. Yeah, ultimately, any talk of Biden now thinking of addressing the border, it's one thing and only one thing. It's election year gimmicks. He issued a statement yesterday, responding to Wednesday's report. Joe's suddenly thinking about using executive action that would stem the flow of migrants. Changes to the asylum standards, stricter points of entry. Now, all this after emphatically telling us that Congress had to give him the authority to use executive action. And Johnson at that point in time told Biden, you've got the power. You used that power the first day you stepped into the damn White House. You used that power signing executive orders, canceling all of Trump's executive orders. Now in an election year, after you've surrendered the border to the cartels and the smugglers, all of a sudden, he seems interested in trying to make a change, using the legal authority that he's been claiming until recently he didn't have. He's had it the whole time. Americans have lost faith in this president. They will not be fooled by election year gimmicks that don't actually secure the border, nor will they forget that the president actually created this catastrophe. And until now, he refused to use his executive power to fix it. Wednesday, the report came out. Joe's talking about using the authority known as 212F, which would suspend the entry of all aliens or any class of aliens as immigrants or non-immigrants, or impose on the entry of aliens any restrictions that he may deem to be appropriate. All this, weeks after Biden pleaded with Congress to give me the power, give me the... At one point, remember, he said, I've done all I can do, which we knew was a lie. Just give me the power. I've asked from the very day I got into office, he said. This was on January 30th. Give me the Border Patrol. Give me the people. Give me the judges. Give me the people who can stop this and make it work right. Johnson said then that Biden's claim was simply not true. He laid out that day 212F, one of 4 different options on the table that Biden could effectively implement immediately with the stroke of a pen. And he reminded the American people of Joe's dishonesty this past day. He said, these reports underscore just how brazenly and intentionally President Biden misled the public when he claimed he had done everything in his power. Specifically, the president's alleged desire to invoke Section 212F of the Immigration and Nationality Act, which the White House dismissed for months. This is particularly telling here. If these reports are true and the president intends to take action, he can show he is serious by changing more than asylum policy. He should begin by reinstituting the Remain in Mexico policy and ending his administration's abuse of the parole system, along with all the other reforms, things he could do, should have done a long time ago. But, like I said, we're preaching to the choir there. Lone Ranger on board here. We'll get started here on a Friday. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. Joe Biden's a career politician. Everything he does is a political calculation. Ukraine gets what they want. Russia is doing what they want, and China is doing what they want. Those are the three countries that enriched the Biden crime family. China especially never was held accountable for that spy balloon. That spy balloon went from Alaska to South Carolina, picked up information all the way across. Should have been shot down as soon as it was over Alaska. So they have all the information they need. Now, the question I have for you, this morning when I got up, they were talking about this problem with the phones, cell phones. Did they ever determine where that problem came from?
Well, I mean, the late word from AT&T was they do not believe it was a cyber attack sort of thing. They think it was something internal.
Okay, and what evidence do they have that it was something internal? They're just trying to keep people from canceling their AT&T accounts, maybe?
I don't know. That was the way. I mean, supposedly the FBI is involved, the Homeland Security is involved. They're all supposedly talking with AT&T about, what the hell happened. We all want to know. Now, oddly enough, the same day the AT&T thing took place, we have confirmation that there's a cyber attack involving the pharmacies around the country not being able to fill prescriptions, at least to bill the insurance companies. But hold the thought. We'll return after this on a Friday. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Multiple federal agencies are currently conducting investigations to ascertain whether Thursday's cell phone outages came from technical glitches or were part of a cyber attack. According to ABC News, among the agencies involved in determining the cause are the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security. Mortgage rates have climbed for a third consecutive week. According to Freddie Mac's data, the 30-year fixed-rate mortgage averaged 6.9% this week, marking an increase from just under 6.8% the previous week. A storm is anticipated to impact the Northeast, bringing rain and potential snowfall. Meteorologists predict that the system, which crossed the Midwest on Thursday, will progress eastward throughout Friday. While the East Coast is projected to receive primarily rain, northern New England may experience some significant snowfall. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I got an update on the sun's activity from space weather here just a bit ago. In the span of 23 hours, 3 X-class solar flares. First was a 1.8, followed by a 1.7, then that massive 6.3, that X 6.3 flare. The strongest, as we mentioned earlier, strongest of solar cycle 25 so far. The most powerful solar flare since the great solar storms back in September of 2017. Oddly enough, none of them apparently has unleashed what they call a CME, coronal mass ejection. Extreme ultraviolet radiation from each flare did ionize the top of the Earth's atmosphere, causing shortwave radio blackouts. And let's see, you might think all these flares should have hurled at least one CME toward the Earth. In fact, the number is 0, they say. The coronagraphs have not detected any CMEs emerging from the blast zone. Sometimes this happens, they say. Flares can occur without CMEs, and CMEs can actually occur without flares. So, aurora watchers, don't give up hope yet, they say. This particular sunspot is not done. Still has an unstable beta-gamma-delta magnetic field that harbors energy for more X-class explosions. So we don't have any sort of, aurora watch, as they call it. Not going to see the aurora borealis, but those are massive solar flares. 3 in 23 hours. Back to Lone Ranger.
About a year ago, if I remember right, Verizon had a problem with their satellite. And anybody that's having a problem with their AT&T phone, I remember what I had to do. If you go into settings and you click on cellular, and then you click on Wi-Fi calling, and as long as you're in an area, like say you go to a public store or something, you really need to make a phone call, you go to a place where your phone automatically hooks up to their Wi-Fi, you hit Wi-Fi calling, you can make a phone call if you lose your service.
Mm-hmm.
I saw something pretty interesting. I think she's a prosecutor here in Maricopa County, Arizona. They captured a suspect who bludgeoned a woman to death in New York, and they're not going to extradite him back to New York because they're afraid that DA Bragg will release him back into the public. So they're going to keep him here. And Bragg flipped out. And actually the people in New York complimented the prosecutor down here for holding on to him because they were afraid of the same thing. Bragg would let him out. So I thought that was a positive step.
Right.
They've had 6,400 migrants with criminal records. Now, as far as the numbers, I think it's 10 or 11 million now have come over. They have enough people now to control the election. Everybody they interview says they're going to vote for Biden if they get the opportunity to vote. And there's 19 states that have what they call the motor voter, where you register to vote when you get your driver's license. Now, I don't think they ask for birth certificate. It's been so long since I registered to vote, I can't remember if they do or not. But if they get to vote just by getting a driver's license, it's too late. Shutting the border down, it's too many people here. It's too late. If they can figure out how to get them to vote, it's over. There's nothing they can do. But like you said and like Eagle said, this clown has been talking about how he's done as much as he can, which is a complete lie. And he said it's up to Congress now. And of course, before that, he said the border was secure. So now that all got washed away. And now, since the border is the number one issue for voters, now he figures he goes by polls. Again, another political calculation, just like the college debt, same thing. That's to get college votes. It's all political.
Right.
I saw a funny video. Madonna had a concert, and one of the skits that they did while she was singing, she was sitting in a chair, and one of her dancers had to drag her across the stage while she's sitting in this chair. And the dancer fell, and she, fell on her ass off the chair. But they never said a word that the dancer was a guy wearing high heel shoes, woman's shoes. Yeah. They never said, now you could see it. They never said a word about that. They left that completely out. People are so afraid to say anything. Oh, you're a transphobe. You're this, you're that. If you say anything about it, it's called minority tyranny. If you say anything about any minority group or any fringe group at all, you're either some type of a phobe or an ist. So people are afraid to say anything. But that's the first thing jumped out at me. You could see it was a dude, a big guy, wearing high heel shoes, and he's falling all over the place, couldn't even walk in them. Now, as far as Ukraine goes, I'm sure everybody wants them to win. And the problem with the Ukraine money is there's no accountability. We're paying the salaries of the government officials in Ukraine, so it's not all military aid. But people aren't really paying attention to the Ukraine war since Israel war. We got two going at one time. But they do have some accomplishments, and I have to give them a lot of credit for that. I did a little research. I was just curious. I haven't heard anything about the war, quite some time. It was on the news every day for a while. But Ukraine has sunk 1/3 of the Russian fleet. And they also have killed 315,000 Russian troops. And that number is 87% of the initial amount of troops that were sent over there. So they are accomplishing something. And then they're sinking the boats that they're sinking, they're using their own drones that they made in Ukraine, didn't come from here. And when I say drone, everybody thinks it's an airplane. They have aquatic drones. It looks like a little boat loaded with munitions, and they're sailing these boats into the Russian ships, and that's how they're sinking them. So I give them credit for accomplishments. As big as Russia is and as small as they are, there are some accomplishments. But the money that's going over there is mostly because Biden is in debt. He's in debt to China, Russia, and Ukraine, because those are the three countries that enriched his family by tens of millions of dollars. And his response, now you got Ukraine blowing up 1/3 of the Russian fleet. And then we got Creepy Joe bombing empty warehouses in Lebanon in response to all the attacks on our American troops, which recently killed a few. So there's a difference between a real leader and a guy that's just trying to pacify people and make it look like he's doing something. And here's where it gets dangerous. Iran, China, and North Korea are assisting Russia. And there's a plan now for Iran to send 400 missiles to Russia to help them with this war. So when you got Iran, China, and North Korea working together, you got some big trouble, in my opinion. And I think that's probably about all I got. Oh, you got them pictures? Did you see those pictures I emailed to you?
I did. Yes, indeed. Yeah. The snow-covered mountains.
Well, that snow-capped mountain, that is Mount Graham. It's 10,700 feet high. And the reason it's snow-capped is because of the height. And where the snow cap comes to an end, that's where obviously the temperature is high enough where, you get rain instead of snow. But what you'd find interesting, and I've been to the top, it's quite a ride. On top of that mountain is Coronado National Forest. And when you have to go in, it's a 40-mile drive off of Route 191, which runs down to Interstate 10 eventually. And you go in, and it's a switchback. I mean, I was worried about my power steering pump burning out. You're back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. You just keep going back and forth on the switchback to get, and the last 12 miles is dirt. And when you get up to the high elevation, the temperature at the top of that mountain is 20 degrees colder than it is down on the ground. And when you get to the top, it doesn't look anything like a desert mountain. It looks like Lake Tahoe. There's a lake on top of that mountain. It's a small one. It's 11 acres. It's called Biggs Lake. And if you bring up a picture of Biggs Lake, you'll see what the top of that mountain looks like. Now, you can't see it from down below. But when you get up there, the people that live in the area go up there fishing when it's real hot here because it's 20 degrees cooler. But the scenery changes completely. And it is quite a ride. Also, on top of that mountain, which you'd find interesting, is the largest telescope in the world. It's owned by the Vatican, which I don't know what the connection is. The Vatican and somebody else owns that telescope, but it's the largest one in the world. And they're building another one that's going to top it, and they're putting that in Chile. And the reason Chile and Arizona were picked to have the largest telescopes is because of the weather. You don't have, now there's a telescope down below Mount Graham. It's owned by the college, Eastern Arizona University. And the public can go and look into that one. It's not as big as the one up on the mountain. But what's weird about it, and I went there once, and I couldn't look through it because it was a full moon. That telescope brings the moon up so close that it would be too bright. You couldn't look at it. So the conditions to look in that telescope have to be perfect. You can't have any wind, can't have any clouds, and it can't be a full moon. So I haven't gotten to do it yet, but I'm going to do it. Now, the one on top of the mountain, you can't look into that. That's, it's scientists look into that one, but you can go up there and look at it.
Mm-hmm.
But now there's snow up there. You can't go up there now, but it's the largest telescope in the world sitting on top of that mountain that I sent you a picture of.
That's wild.
So I thought you'd find that interesting. All right. I'll talk to you later.
Hey, have a great morning and a better weekend. There you go. And we roll on into a Friday.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, Ranger brought up the allowing non-citizens to vote. Matter of fact, we touched on it just last evening, didn't we? We're in California, with San Francisco just appointing the first ever undocumented individual to the elections committee there in California. We said, how bizarre is that? Someone that can't vote? In New York, the controversial New York City law that would have allowed 800,000 non-citizens but legal residents to vote in municipal elections was actually struck down as unconstitutional by an appeals court Wednesday. We determined that this law was enacted in violation of the New York State Constitution and municipal home rule law, and thus must be declared null and void, according to the appellate judge, Paul Wooten. It was a 3-1 majority decision. Wooten said the state constitution broadly refers to only citizens having the right to vote in elections, municipal as well as statewide or state legislative offices. Article 9 provides that the elected officials of local governments shall be elected by the people, which incorporates by reference the eligibility requirements for voting under Article 2, Section 1, applying exclusively to citizens. Now, the decision upholds a lower court ruling issued by the Staten Island Supreme Court Justice in 22, which Mayor Eric Adams and the City Council appealed. So they lose. Writing for the Appellate Division's Second Department, Wooten said that if non-citizens are allowed to vote, it stands to reason they could run for mayor. Such a dramatic change violated the municipal home rule law, saying the council and the mayor had failed to put the issue on the ballot for voters to decide. The majority, by deeming the non-citizen voting law invalid, effectively prohibits municipalities across the state from deciding for themselves the persons who are entitled to a voice in the local electoral process. That was the dissenting opinion. The majority's determination also disenfranchises nearly 1 million residents of the city, despite the fact that its people's duly elected representatives have opted to enfranchise those same residents. During a time where nearly 200,000 migrants have flooded our city and streets, disrupting the public and attacking our police officers, my colleagues and I have worked tirelessly to protect our voting laws, which were created for the citizens of the United States. That was the Staten Island Borough president, who was the lead plaintiff in the case, along with several other assemblymen at Staten Island. But the lower court rules and the higher court stands. The lower court ruling, 8 before the hour. 1 day closer to...
1 day closer to the greatest day of the week.
Hello, Captain
Or
Ron.
I guess it is the greatest day. How are you?
Doing
I guess
all
it
right.
is closer, or I guess it is the greatest day of the week for Brain Dead.
Ah, yes, Monday.
Hey, you remember? Yeah. Poor guy's got to go to work today. Remember a while back I said that there wasn't going to be no moon landings until after those screenwriters and actors came back to work? Kind of makes you go don't it?
Oh boy.
So I stopped and got me a microwave burrito. That's why I hung up earlier.
Ah, okay.
Is there anything hotter than the filling in those things?
In what kind of burrito?
One of those microwave burritos?
Oh, yeah, all right, yeah. Did you burn the
Is
roof?
there anything hotter than the insides of those?
Burn the roof of your mouth every time.
Oh, I know. Good thing I got dentures. It wasn't that hot. Burns your lips, though. So, have you heard about the states trying to restrict under 18-year-olds from getting on? I don't know if it's the internet or social medias. Have you heard about all that?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I haven't really paid much attention to it. They're talking about, having to verify age. I think it's for certain apps, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, there's some states that are fighting that, citing the First Amendment rights. But my question is when does a person get those rights? I always thought it was like 18. You didn't really have any rights until you turned 18.
Right.
Am I wrong thinking on that? I don't. If they're saying that the kids have freedom of speech, then when does a person get those rights? I don't know. Now, what would happen if something happened to Trump that he isn't able to run for the president? Like they had that case in Colorado, and the Supreme Court was supposed to hear that back a few days ago on the 17th, wasn't it?
I believe.
Did you hear anything else?
I have not.
I haven't heard anything on it. I was just wondering because if he's not allowed on the ballot, and shouldn't that be a federal thing instead of by state running for president? Am I weird for thinking that? You know what I mean?
Something to ponder, points to ponder.
Because if he's not allowed on so then states can just pick and choose if he's allowed to be on the ballot or not? I mean, I thought the president was federal.
Well, that's pretty much what that's what the Supreme Court's going to be looking at with the whole Colorado thing.
Right, and I thought they were hearing that case the 17th, if I'm remembering right. But other than that, I guess that's all I had. You're getting pretty close to the top of the hour anyway. So have a good weekend, and thank you for taking my call.
Well, and thanks for the reminder. One day closer to the greatest day of the week. All right, the internet bill. I guess just yesterday, from the ACLU website. Oh, boy, that's got to be good. The internet can feel like the Wild West, a place where people of all ages, including children, are just a few clicks away from encountering explicit content. Given this digital landscape, it's understandable parents want to shield their kids from materials intended for adults. But Senate Bill 17, the bill aimed at limiting minors' access to content online, would ultimately violate the constitutional rights of adults. How's that work? The bill stipulates that any website that displays material harmful to minors is required to use an age verification method to guarantee only adults are accessing the website. If they fail to do so, the parents of a child harmed by the website's contents can sue for damages. And as passed in the Indiana House, the bill would also allow the Attorney General to sue companies who fail to follow the law. I guess this is all over the country, but we're out of time, though. We got to get a news break, but much more to come after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Multiple federal agencies are currently conducting investigations to determine whether Thursday's cell phone outages stem from mere technical glitches or they're part of a cyber attack. According to ABC News, among the agencies involved in determining the cause of the coverage loss affecting thousands of AT&T customers was the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security. President Biden is offering his sympathies to the family of Russian opposition figure Alexei Navalny. Thursday in San Francisco, the president met with Navalny's widow and daughter just days following his passing in a Russian detention center. Biden commended Navalny's bravery and his steadfast battle against corruption within the Kremlin. Ron DeSantis isn't running for president anymore. Or is he? He's hitting multiple locations across the country, rallying support among state legislatures for passage of a constitutional amendment imposing term limits on Congress.
This is something that the people in the states have the ability to propose changes to discipline Washington. The founding fathers structured the Constitution like that for a reason.
He told a crowd in Columbia, South Carolina, that term limits are supported by most Americans, and it's time to make it a reality. Public satisfaction has declined in more domains than it's improved since since President Biden took office. According to a Gallup poll, since January 2021, satisfaction has notably decreased regarding immigration, the nation's military strength, and energy policies. There is a slight increase in satisfaction with the status of black adults and other racial minorities in the country. Mortgage rates climbed for the third consecutive week. According to Freddie Mac's data, the 30-year fixed-rate mortgage averaged 6.9% this week, marks an increase from just under 6.8% last week. And a storm is anticipated to impact the Northeast, bringing rain and potential snowfall. Meteorologists predict that system, which crossed the Midwest Thursday, will progress eastward into Friday, bringing rain and snow. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
According to a recent study published in the American Journal of Public Health, over 40% of Americans have a connection to someone who has died to a drug overdose. The RAND Corporation, a nonprofit think tank, highlights a gap in research focusing on the aftermath of fatal drug overdoses, particularly for those affected by the loss. The study suggests that more than 40 million adults have experienced disruption in their lives due to overdose-related bereavement. United Airlines will resume one daily flight to Israel. Ryan Daniels has more.
A route from Newark, New Jersey to Tel Aviv will open back up. It's the first time since October when cargo services and passenger flights were suspended following the Hamas terror attack. With the move, United becomes the first American carrier to resume direct service.
China is sending more pandas to the U.S. in a gesture that signals a positive shift in diplomatic relations between the two nations. The Chinese Foreign Ministry announced on Thursday the signing of an agreement with the San Diego Zoo regarding a new round of international cooperation in the protection of giant pandas. Additionally, negotiations are underway for a similar agreement with the Washington National Zoo. Notably, last year saw the return of 3 pandas from the National Zoo to China. And Beyoncé has made history as the first black woman to achieve a #1 hit on the Billboard country charts. Her new track, Texas Hold'em, debuted in the #1 spot on Billboard's Hot Country Songs chart on Wednesday. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
what do you say? We'll kick it in gear as we roll into hour number 3. All right, Friday coming on. Are you ready for the weekend? I do have before me this week's winner. Our Facebook contest, which will continue, again, I think Monday at noon or 3. I forget what hour of the day she told me. I think it will say Monday, midday. It will start next week's contest. Once again, this is for the Big Rig Duo from Hot Shot Secret. 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stick Shit Eliminator and 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Like a $200 value. Mindy sends me the email, which reads, this week's weekly winner is Harry Gordon Jr. Thanks to everyone that participated. We'll do it again next week. Harry Gordon Jr. Oh, Dirty Harry! How about that? Well, congratulations. I believe he chimed in briefly in the first hour. What do you say here? Hi, Steve. Just checking in. Nothing special. Marked safe from cellular outage. Okay. Dirty Harry, this week's winner of the Big Rig Duo. Congratulations there. Meanwhile, back to the phones on a Friday. There he is, 5-7.
Oh, yeah. Let me turn the dome light on you. Oh, here I am. How you doing?
I had you mistaken from with Debbie from Montana earlier. I don't know how I did that.
Well, does she look good?
I'm not sure.
And, Debbie is cool. I like that name. Okay. Hey, it's Friday. Have a little bit of fun here. I get up, drinking my coffee. Of course, my wife loves watching that David Muir, ABC News.
Yeah.
They bring out, they mention the outages. What was cool is they burned up the 911 system in Massachusetts. They totally clogged it up. It was unusable. Everybody calling in complained, I guess, finding out why their internet wasn't working. And which only goes to show you, I have a funny feeling not one Trump supporter called that 911 line. It just, you know that you don't use that line unless there's an emergency or somebody's, possibly to save somebody's life. It just shows you the mentality of people in Massachusetts and explains why Democrats have such a free reign up there. And I just thought I'd pass that on. That's I still get a chuckle out of it. And I will say this, is it not interesting that Biden is finally kicking up something about the border when all of a sudden we got Chinese coming across in massive numbers? Maybe he didn't expect that when he was making these deals with China.
Right. Uh-huh.
And maybe he knows something now. Because so far the only enforcement I've heard that actually took place is when they stopped a whole bunch of Chinese coming across the border. So maybe, oh, by the way, don't look at that because the news said that China has made an agreement with the pandas. They're sending some baby pandas over here, or mated pandas, so we can raise them here in the States, which shows a great, a warming of relationships between America and China. Yeah. That was on the news.
That's what I heard that, yes.
So, don't look at all these Chinese coming in and how they were able to go buy a firearms all right away. Just don't look at that. if you remember during Barack Obama, we had the Chinese hack into the Pentagon. They had their phone numbers, Social Security numbers of our military. Nothing. Nothing was said. But when Russia hacked into Hillary's and the Democrat, internet, and was and laying it out for everybody to see, that's when the Democrats started going to war with Russia. They expelled Russian diplomats over that, but they didn't mess with the Chinese diplomats whenever they hacked our Pentagon.
Right.
And got the what else did they get? So this war with Russia has gone on with the Democrats since back then, and Barack Obama. So I don't, hey, listen. All I'll say, no matter what, between Ukraine and Russia is in Ukraine's yard, killing their children, killing their wives, families. So no matter what, they're both bunch. I like what Putin did say. Why are you over here? What do you guys got to do with it? Why? I mean, there you go. So that's about the only thing he said that made sense to me. Tired of being the world's police. And, I guess finally it's this. I got confirmation that somebody takes their kid out at the bus stop with a Miller in one hand and a cigarette in the other, and a bathrobe. So, you're my hero, buddy. you show them what life is. You show them what life is all about.
That's right.
Okay. Hey, enjoy your morning and have a great time this weekend, Steve. So, other than that, it's B57 taking our second load to Savannah. And
safe travels. There you go. 10 over and out. 10-4. It is 844-844-3388. Talked earlier this week a bit about the up-and-coming solar eclipse, where millions are expected to flock into that zone of totality across the country. Now, kind of an odd message coming out from Elyria Township this past day. I'm not sure if this is on the Ohio side or the Indiana side. That path of totality kind of cuts through western Ohio, eastern Indiana. Elyria Township Fire Department urging the local community to make some unusual preparations for the upcoming total solar eclipse, April the 8th. The statement released by the officials highlighted the importance of being well prepared weeks in advance of the eclipse, recommending residents stock up on food, ensure you have a sufficient supply of your prescriptions picked up the week before, keep cell phone batteries charged, and schedule any necessary appointments for before or after the eclipse weekend. The message was clear. Plan to stay home if possible. Now, here's the actual statement from the Elyria Township Fire Department. It is in the best interest of our residents to prepare for this event in the weeks prior. Includes stocking food, picking up prescriptions the week before, keeping the cell phone battery charged, schedule all appointments before or after the weekend. Plan to stay home if possible. If you plan to view this event, please get the best eye protection for you and your family. Solar eclipse glasses are available online and may be available at local retail outlets as we get closer to the event. Like most fire departments in this area, we will plan for the worst and hope for the best. We would rather over-prepare than explain to our residents why we were under-prepared. We will always exhaust all measures to keep our residents and visitors safe. I encourage our residents to research this event online and its effects on local communities in the past. Officials have not suggested at any other impending event that but have simply cited traffic concerns is going to be a big issue. According to the Daily Reporter, the eclipse back in 2017 saw a considerable influx of visitors in areas that were in that path of totality, and local law enforcement wants to ensure residents are not caught unprepared. Deputy Chief Chuck McMichael of the Greenland Police Department in Indiana said, "We want to make sure people are prepared for what we believe will be very heavy traffic." Indiana in particular is expecting around 1 million visitors to observe the eclipse, and preparations are underway to manage the crowds and the traffic. Traffic will be very heavy immediately after this event is over. We want people, especially those who are traveling, be prepared and expect to be stuck in traffic. Have ways to charge your portable electronics and have water and snacks in your vehicle. It's kind of like Y2K once again. Remember, it's going to be the end of the world. Meanwhile, not too far away, another city in the state of Ohio, they're taking a totally different approach. They're giving couples a chance of a lifetime during this year's total solar eclipse. Trenton, Ohio, posted on the city's Facebook page announcing they will be holding a mass wedding ceremony while they are in the path of totality April 8th. From Facebook, you may be able to find the same content elsewhere, but the solar eclipse, like the one in 2017, causes the moon to completely block the sun, turning day to night for a few minutes. The event will take place from 2 to 4 p.m. on Monday, with the ceremony happening at 3 p.m. The city's own mayor will perform the mass wedding ceremony at the amphitheater at Trenton Community Park. Bring your eclipse glasses and the appropriate marriage license and paperwork and say "I do" during the eclipse. The ceremony is not limited to those getting married, but also those renewing their vows. To find safe eyewear to view the eclipse, visit the American Astronomical Society. Okay, and yeah, I know everybody's going to have them. 2017, I remember every convenience store had these little eclipse glasses, like $1.50. But I do recall clearly after the 2017 eclipse, because so many people had said, well, I'll just shove these in the drawer and use them for the eclipse that's 7 years away. And they were advising folks, if you weren't aware of that, you may still have some of those eclipse glasses that you stuck on the shelf or something. They had like a shelf life, and it was only like 2 or 3 years. I don't know how that comes to place, but I guess whatever the plastic chemical, the breakdown, those glasses from the 2017 eclipse are not good. They will not give you the protection you need for this year's eclipse come April. Well, good morning, Pappy.
Yeah, go out, buy some new ones, right?
Correct.
Steve, I don't know, a little bit of that makes sense, man. I could picture like if 10,000 people swarmed Harrison, Ohio. Everything in the stores would get drained, the gas pumps would get drained. Mm-hmm. So I could see it cause a little bit of a problem.
Okay.
Man, talking about these CMEs, man, I bought one of them Garmin GPS units, stuck in the cruiser. I don't know, maybe 10 years ago. But Steve, I have noticed, I think I even mentioned it to you one time, man, but here lately, even in this last week, no satellite connection, searching for satellite connection. I just have to turn it off, man. I didn't hardly to get it to work. But, yeah, sounds like some people woke up without no phone service. I forget who it was from the government saying we need to check into this, get to the bottom of it, figure out how we can fix it. No, don't. Please don't. You people in government can't fix nothing. You're morons. That's what Bongino was saying. He's right. Can't rely on these people to do anything, man. And I guess Biden's at it again, like Eagle was saying, these new student loans. If you applied for a loan and were accepted, you're forgiven.
And you already had the court saying it's out of his constitutional realm. He can't do that. But yet he's doing it again. And anyway.
They had Pelosi. They showed cuts of Pelosi saying his president does not have the authority. Only Congress. And remember when Obama, what the heck was the deal with him when he gave a little press conference saying, listen, I don't have the authority to do this, man. You know, it's got to go through Congress. Then like a week later, he gave another presser saying, well, since Congress ain't going to act, I'm going to act. And I'm going to make an executive order, when he totally did not have the authority to do it. Because they're kings, Steve. Kings, you will bow to the king. Hey, check this out. Now, one reason I don't think a couple other people were talking why Biden's not going to step down, especially Jill Biden. Steve, you are treated like kings and queens. Listen, the President of the United States, I mean, we all know it, but I mean, you got servants at your beck and call.
Absolutely.
For 24/7. Talk about protection. You wake up in the morning, whatever suit or dress you told him you were going to wear, it's all nice and clean and pressed and laid out for you. Snap of a finger, any food, drink. Medical staff on team. Medical teams just in the same building. God forbid you have a heart attack or something. There's a doctor right around the corner. You want to go to the store? You got Secret Service giving you the motorcade. Man, no traffic lights to worry about, Steve. Could you just imagine what that would be like, man?
Mm-hmm.
That'd be pretty awesome. So yeah, Jill Biden, she don't care if her husband falls down the steps walking up Air Force One. Bongino pointed this out too with his experience, and the news just started touching on it today, I noticed, but he's been talking about it for a couple of weeks. Air Force One has two sets of steps.
Yes.
They got the one the president always uses, and they got a shorter set of steps.
He used to use the large set, and then after he stumbled so many times, he's actually getting into the cargo hold on the short steps.
Yeah. And if you notice, they're putting a Secret Service agent now at the bottom of the steps in case he falls. Bongino was like, listen, that's a no-no, man. That's a photo op opportunity there. Right? They never want any Secret Service in that photo. When they're walking up the steps, and they got the Marine standing there at the bottom of the steps, and he turns around and waves. He doesn't even do that anymore. That's a perfect photo op. But if you watch any of the news media, there's a Secret Service at the bottom of the step in case he falls.
Okay.
Did you hear they granted Nikki Haley Secret Service protection?
I did not catch that, really.
Yes, they did, and they have denied Kennedy's request on multiple occasions. Why do you think that is?
Good question.
It's not because Nikki's getting more threats or needs more, really, protection. to help her out with her campaign, see? Think about it. She gets Secret Service protection. What are some of the things I just ran by you? Motorcades. Time is essence in these campaigns. When you're going from city to city, state to state, and you got Secret Service protection, let's go. No traffic lights for you. You get to the airport. No security for you. You walk right on through. Speed things up. And you know what it would cost? Do you know what these people pay for protection? They have a protection detail. You're looking anywhere from $25,000 to $60,000, $70,000 a month.
A month,
depending on a month.
Wow.
Depending on how many people you're talking about.
So the Secret Service protection, though, is on the taxpayers' bill? Is that so they don't have to pay that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Coming right out of your pocket. I know our SWAT team, Steve, they go through some protectee classes, you know. That's one of their jobs, our local SWAT team. If a dignitary comes in town, the SWAT team will provide Secret Service type protection for them. And I was talking with a lot of the guys, man. They were like, listen, man, when I get out of this gig, I'm going to go into private security. You can make a lot of money. All these Hollywood types that want to take our guns and don't want you to have the ability to protect yourself.
Right. Well, they've all got their
What
own
do they
security.
do? They hire their own.
They got their
Yes, sir.
security details. Yep. Sure. Hey, we're up to a news break. That means we got to pause. Bottom of the hour. But we'll return right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Multiple federal agencies are currently conducting investigations to ascertain whether Thursday's cell phone outages came from technical glitches or were part of a cyber attack. According to ABC News, among the agencies involved in determining the cause are the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security. Mortgage rates have climbed for a third consecutive week. According to Freddie Mac's data, the 30-year fixed-rate mortgage averaged 6.9% this week, marking an increase from just under 6.8% the previous week. A storm is anticipated to impact the Northeast, bringing rain and potential snowfall. Meteorologists predict that the system, which crossed the Midwest on Thursday, will progress eastward throughout Friday. While the East Coast is projected to receive primarily rain, northern New England may experience some significant snowfall. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, other industry headlines coming up here. Believe it or not, hey, the Brent's Bridge project is on schedule. Really. They gave us I guess there have been several hearings this past week on both the Ohio and Kentucky side of the river. A plan is for the companion bridge to open in 2029. How many years have we been talking about the Brent Spence Bridge, Pappy? And I mean, they're finally getting around. I guess construction may start next year.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Yeah, that's going to be a mess when they really. I don't know how they're going to do it.
How does it take so long to build a bridge, though? I mean, going back in time, didn't they build the Hoover Dam in no time at all, didn't they?
Yeah, I'm not sure how long that took. I don't know, Steve. I mean, when all these dang-on government regulations
right.
You got to deal with. Hey, real quick, you were talking about this apparent cyber attack on the pharmaceutical industry.
Correct.
They called it an inconvenience. Sorry for the inconvenience. Sorry you need that life-threatening medication.
Life-saving medication, right? It'll be a day or two. Just hang on.
Yeah. And Steve, and then what did it pick up your medications a week ahead of time? Steve, they don't let you do that. You just can't walk into the pharmacy and say, I know I'm not due to get these refilled yet, but go ahead and refill these. They'll laugh at you.
Well, yeah, and all the people that are coming out of you're coming out of the ER with a prescription for whatever it is on any given day, and you need to get on that ASAP, not 3 days from now.
And God forbid you got some kidney stones you're dealing with, and you go to the pharmacy to get a script. Sorry, pal. Take some Tylenol. Hey, well, during the break there, I just did some quick calculations talking about the price of this security, Steve. If you make $100,000 a year, that's about $8,000 a month. So how much are you going to pay somebody, Steve, that's willing to step in front of a bullet for you?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So there's some good money into it. You're talking at least probably $8,000 a month.
And that's a lot of jack. I don't know. Once you pay your taxes and insurance costs and all that stuff, you ain't got a whole lot of money left at the end of the month. 100,000. I mean, that sounds big, but when all is said and done, it ain't a whole hell of a lot.
Yeah. But all right, my man. When was this eclipse? What was it? April what?
April the 8th.
April 8th. I'm going to have to get in the calendar. I'm going to write this down.
And I mean, from our vantage point, our neck of the woods, it's going to be like, I think between like 3 and 4 in the afternoon would be when it's coming through. And if that's a work night, hell, Pappy, I might have to sleep through it. I don't know. Of course, that's a big deal. I got to get up for that.
It's a Monday.
Is it a Monday?
It's a Monday. Let's see. I'll be off this Monday. I'm off. Hey. Well, even if I'm working, I guess I'd be up at that time. But
so I guess that's what they're talking about, the eclipse weekend. So that Saturday and Sunday, these people are going to be pouring into the zone. But they say hotels from coast to coast, from the southern border where it crosses, all the hotels in the totality zone are at capacity. They're all booked.
Yeah, it's a weekend block party, man. I guess there's going to be a lot of people not showing up for work on Monday. Like you even say, I might have to take the night off.
Maybe we'll have to do a Tuesday morning replay, right?
Yeah. I don't know, man. I know the totality, it's just a hop, skip, and a jump north of us, man.
Correct. Literally.
If it's only 45 minutes away, Steve, we might have to take a road trip. I don't know. We'll have to dwell on that. Give it some thought.
So we can get out there and get caught in the millions of people trying to get the hell home.
Well, we could be like Nikki Haley and just call for our little helicopters.
You work on.
Unfortunately, the sheriff's office sold all their helicopters, Steve. Maybe I could have made that happen.
Yeah.
We got drones now. All right. Took enough of your time. Appreciate it.
All right. It's off to plan B, I guess. Yeah, New York Post. Let me see here. Update here just 2 hours ago. There's pharmacies across the country reporting delays to prescription orders. The cyber attack on one of the nation's largest healthcare technology companies, Change Healthcare. First noticed the issue Wednesday morning on the East Coast, and I guess it's now spread across the country. As soon as they noticed, I guess, a foreign intrusion into their system, the way I'm understanding it, they pretty much shut everything down. I mean, took the whole network down across the country. Pharmacies across the country have been put on notice that the attack is disrupting their ability to process patients' orders. No publicly available report on the nature or the origin, like, is it Russia? Is it China? Is it North Korea? A spokesperson for the pharmacy chain CVS said the company is aware of the outages, but there is no indication that CVS Health's system have been compromised. The announcement went on to say we can receive your prescription, but most insurance plans cannot be billed. So if you can wait a day or so to pick up your prescription, that'd be great. All right. I guess there's nothing really, not a whole lot new. The outage is expected to last at least through today, at some point today, but there is no definitive time on when they'll be back up and running. I kind of wonder if this might be, was this a ransomware attack? Or what were the cyber attackers trying to get? Were they trying to get patient information? Or they haven't given a whole lot of details at this point in time. Well, there is Brain Dead. How about it for a Monday?
Oh, you have to remind me, Steve. I know you're going to be having, about a case or two of Skull Busters coming up this weekend. So, no, you're talking about that Ben Spence Bridge. Yeah, I'm with you there, the whole rebuilding of that bridge. But I imagine part of it is buying the land, the environmental studies, all the town hall meetings, because we've got a project here they're supposed to redo around a major train track right through town where the trains like to sit for hours on end, and everybody on the little Facebook groups that me and Dingbat are in, we keep telling them, hey, look, it's going to be 2025 before they even remotely start on it because they got to buy the land first.
Yeah.
Idiots. But did you hear that Eli Gold is being forced to retire? Did you hear about that?
I wasn't really sure. I mean, I know that they said he's been the voice of Alabama football. Of course, for years ago, he was one of the NASCAR commentators. I don't know what happened. I mean, his contract expired, and did they not renew, or I'm not sure what the hell happened.
Exactly. That's pretty much what happened. This contract runs out in June of 25, and they're not going to renew it. And I'm going to say this. As a Vol fan, diehard Vol fan, and Dingbat's on with me too, she's a diehard Gator fan. That is a legendary voice that's silenced. And whoever made that decision at the University of Alabama has really probably pissed off a whole lot of people because when you think of Alabama football, you think of Eli Gold. Just like UT football, you think of John Ward and Bob Kessling. You hear those names and you hear how they describe the game, and you can literally just turn the mute button off, which is the best thing to do and turn those games up, and you hear it. But it's 20 grade. That's way above my pay grade. But I heard you talking about Memphis earlier, and about the delivery driver that had the cigarettes stolen.
Right.
And it's the gangs. The gangs are running out of control. This is part of the problem. And the city, in the council, yes, I said clownsville, because that's what we got up there, is not addressing the issue. See, back when Tony Armstrong was around, he created an OCU unit, organized crime unit. They hit these gangs hard, heavy. They knew every detail about the gang before the gang even thought about doing it. Amy Weinrich was one of the toughest DAs that we had when it came to the drugs and the crime. She gave no inch at all. If you committed a drug crime or a gun crime or whatever, you're serving time. Well, these little thugs we got running around don't care. They don't care about anything or everything. Look at the record driver that was just robbed here in Memphis by 3 kids. And I say kids, I'm talking about 25 and under, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
They got charged with felony robbery. They don't care. But these young kids don't understand that a lot of the landlords won't rent to people that have certain felony charges. Do you need to take a break and come back when we finish up?
Yeah, we're good. Go ahead. We're fine.
Okay. But they don't understand that there's some of these landlords that won't rent to people that have certain felonies. I mean, they think that Section 8 voucher is all good and all, it's all great and all, but the sad part is ultimately at the end of the day, it's up to the landlord to to take the voucher or not.
Right.
I mean, they just don't understand it. I mean, I'd have to tell you something off air, because there's a person that I know that I'm really close to that is trying to get their felony robbery charge cleaned up. It's impossible. I mean, it's like when you're charged with all these crimes, it's impossible to clean up your record, Steve. But other than that, speaking of dingbat, when I was off that Wednesday night, I went to go check the mail Wednesday. She got another one of those Valentine's Day card, checks in the mail.
Another one.
Yeah.
Wow.
Shocked the hell out of me. What would you like to hear what she wrote?
I'd love to. Yeah, I bet it's good.
Thanks for choosing me over all those suitors. I wish you didn't have those lopsided hooters. Bye to me.
Have a great... I'm sorry. It's Monday for Brain Dead. Hey, the update. We've actually got a object on the moon. It's not people, but apparently we have successfully landed on the moon. That's been quite the task. Before descent, the company is known as Intuitive Machines. They developed this lunar lander, Odysseus. They were having revealed the crucial pieces of the navigation equipment were not working. Fortunately, NASA, which considers itself one of the many customers on this mission, actually had an experimental instrument already on board Odysseus that could be swapped in to make up for the malfunctioning equipment. I don't know. And they did this on the fly. Engineers were able to bypass Odysseus's broken pieces and land using 2 lasers that were part of NASA's Navigation Doppler LIDAR, NDL payload. Now, this is how the NDL is described in the press kit. The NDL is a LIDAR-based sensor composed of an optical head with 3 small telescopes and a box with electronics and photonics. NDL uses lasers to provide extremely precise velocity and range, that's distance to the ground, sensing during the descent and landing of the lander. This instrument operates on the same principles of radar, similar to what would be a police radar detector, but uses pulses of light from a laser instead of radio waves. And with very high accuracy, this will enhance the capabilities of space vehicles to execute precision navigation and controlled soft landings. And that was obviously successful yesterday. After some intense waiting, Intuitive Machines, the company behind the lander, confirming the spacecraft is upright and starting to send data. That is a major milestone, they say. An upright landing potentially puts Odysseus in a better position than even Japan's SLIM moon sniper mission. SLIM was deemed a success as it made a soft touchdown, but later was revealed to have landed in a position that left the solar panels pointing in the wrong direction. That spacecraft quickly lost power. Intuitive Machines, in a social media post, said, right now we are working to downlink the first images from the lunar surface. In other words, fresh photos from the moon coming our way probably today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Rolling into a Friday. CJ, I believe. What's going on this Friday morning?
Morning, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well. How about you?
Oh, just out here playing in the fog. We're heading up near Flint, Michigan there. So wanted to give a little update on the Elyria Township thing. They're about a half an hour north of where our yard is, which is Lorain County,
okay,
Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of this noise came from the Emergency Management Agency. They're kind of telling everyone to prepare for the worst. They're, telling everybody gas up and everything. But I think they're saying a couple million extra people are going to be in the county because of the vantage point of watching the eclipse.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's much to worry about or not. I know they are opening the fairgrounds, which is right by our yard there. They're going to have campers from out of state and stuff like that. So it just it kind of reminds me, like you said, of Y2K. It might be nothing.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
know.
I guess if it's a smaller town USA, Pappy made a valid point there that if you got a bunch of people coming in, obviously all those people are going to be looking for something to eat, right? So they're going to be emptying out the convenience stores and, the fast food joints and all that. Everybody's got to eat, and everybody's going to want to use the restroom. And so I guess, the roads may be packed. I don't know. How big of a town is that?
Elyria is a little bit bigger. Wellington is actually where the fairgrounds is. Wellington's about, I think, maybe 10,000 people.
Okay.
It's got a couple gas stations. There's 2 grocery stores. So there may be a little more impact there with all the campers and stuff. I don't know for sure, but like you said, it could wipe out, fuel supplies, stuff like that. So I guess we'll see.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. So I don't know. I guess they're saying it is like a once in a lifetime kind of experience. The 2017 eclipse, we were in like the 85, somewhere between 85 and 90% totality range. I thought it was going to be a lot darker than it actually got. Apparently the difference in totality versus even 90% is dramatic.
They're saying, I guess, one of the best vantage points as far as Lorain County goes is up there on the lake, city called Avon Lake right there. So I don't know. It must be a better view or something like that, but
very
hard telling what to expect. I actually took that day off. I just, I'd rather not deal with it, I guess. All these people coming and who knows what traffic will be like.
Yep. But I can understand, like what they're saying, when it's over, everybody pretty much says, all right, that's it. Now we got to go home. There you go. And we got a couple minutes for a news break. Yeah, it is. Hey, it'll be the midnight hour on the West Coast coming up here. I did tease the Brent Spence Bridge. Here's what they're telling us the latest. Plans are for the construction of a companion bridge west of the existing bridge, which right now, the existing Brent Spence is one of the worst truck bottlenecks in the country. 80,000 vehicles, where you've got Interstate 71 and 75 that come together, utilizing that bridge to cross the Ohio River every day. Yeah, that's an estimated $2 billion worth of freight moving across that corridor. Now, a final public hearing took place, I guess, this past evening. There were in-person meetings earlier this week on both sides of the river. Project information includes the supplemental environmental assessment approved by the Federal Highway Administration in January. That was what they were presenting at these meetings this week. More than $1.6 billion in federal grants through the Infrastructure Investment and Job Acts have been awarded to fund this bridge project. The Kentucky Transportation Cabinet and the Ohio Department of Transportation are kind of co-managing the project. After the final public hearings, which again, those are done now, the supplemental environmental assessment will be finalized, they tell us, in the month of April, at which point the project moves into the construction phase. Plan is for the companion bridge to open in 2029. I guess it's a big project, but there you go. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Corey Myers. A United Airlines flight from Newark, New Jersey to L.A. was forced to land at Chicago's O'Hare Airport because of a bomb threat. United wouldn't confirm that an actual bomb threat had been made, saying only that it was a security issue that forced the plane to land. Passengers from the plane told local news that the flight crew told them after they landed that someone had written a bomb threat on a mirror in one of the plane's bathrooms. Police boarded that plane, searched all carry-ons after passengers were off the aircraft. The scene was cleared and the plane resumed its flight to L.A. Former President Donald Trump's town hall event with Laura Ingraham of Fox News was the highest-rated cable newscast on Tuesday, reaching more than 3.2 million, according to the network.
We have a country it's a failing nation. I say it in my speeches. So it's a failing nation. We have a nation in decline. We are a nation in decline. I just don't think it's a subject that we're smiling too much about.
The hour-long event recorded Tuesday afternoon in Greenville, South Carolina, just days before Republican voters cast their primary vote in the state. Trump's GOP challenger, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, held her own speech in Greenville the same day, vowing to stay in the race for the White House. If you're struggling with your cell phone service, you're not alone. A cellular outage on Thursday hit thousands of AT&T users in the U.S., disrupting calls and text messages, as well as emergency services in major cities. If you're a user of Verizon, T-Mobile, or U.S. Cellular, they also reported some disruptions. AT&T releasing a statement saying, "We are working urgently to restore service to them." This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The parents of Gabby Petito, the 22-year-old travel blogger who was killed by her fiancé Brian Laundrie while they were on a cross-country road trip, have settled an emotional distress lawsuit with Laundrie's parents and their attorney. While the terms of the settlement are being kept confidential, the two sides did come to an agreement through mediation. The lawsuit by Petito's parents alleging that the Laundries knew about Gabby's murder by their son and did nothing but issue a statement through their lawyer, hoping that Gabby would be found. Odie is on its way to the moon. On Wednesday morning, a robotic lunar lander, the Odysseus, was launched by a Houston company. It's scheduled to land on Thursday around 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. If everything goes smoothly, it will become the first private spacecraft to make a soft landing there and the first American mission to arrive there since Apollo 17 in 1972. Although it's a private company, the main customer is NASA. NASA TV will stream coverage of the landing beginning at 4 p.m. on Thursday. An 8-year-old chess prodigy made history as the youngest player to defeat a chess grandmaster. Aswath Kaushik beat Jacek Stopa, 37, at a chess tournament in Switzerland. Grandmasters are titles given to the best chess players in the world. 2,100 players have earned that distinction. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We're back. Another hour. Here we go. Hey, welcome into a Friday. Folks on the West Coast as we cross over your midnight hour. 3:06 Eastern. Look at some of the stories. Talking about Joe Biden, if he's willing to thumb his nose at the Supreme Court, who back in June said it's beyond your constitutional abilities to cancel student loan debt. President Biden, according to the report this past day, asserting that the Supreme Court couldn't stop him from canceling student debt, set off social media users for his assault on democracy. Earlier this week, speaking at the Julian Dixon Library in Culver City, California, where he referenced his efforts to cancel more student loan debt, he noted that while his student debt handout program was initially halted by the Supreme Court, its ruling didn't stop him. Early in my term, I announced a major plan to provide millions of working families with debt relief for their college student debt. Tens of millions of people in debt were literally about to be canceled in debts, but my MAGA Republican friends in the Congress, elected officials, and special interests stopped it and sued us. And the Supreme Court blocked it, but that didn't stop me. His dismissal of the Supreme Court decision that ruled his plan as unconstitutional, rightfully angering and concerning many people. Yesterday, he was going on about how Republicans were going to destroy democracy. Look at the irony here. Real Clear Investigations editor-at-large, Benjamin Weingarten, agrees. We have been reliably told this kind of rhetoric is an assault on democracy. One of the nobody above the law people is debunking that once again. Town Hall columnist Derek Hunter said Biden always sounds like death warmed over. Biden explained he's happy to break the law to give away your money. The decay of the checks and balances is not a flex. For a former Ted Cruz advisor, noting that one striking thing about the political left is that over and over again across literally decades, they believe they'll be in power forever. I hope Democrats enjoy this precedent under the next Republican administration. Okay. But yeah, back in June of this past year, the Supreme Court ruled it was a 6-3 decision that federal law does not allow Biden's Secretary of Education to cancel, that was more than $430 billion in student loan debt. Biden promised at the time his administration would continue to push for student debt relief, but Wednesday he announced that Savings on valuable education, the SAVE plan that cancels debt for enrolled borrowers who've been in repayment for at least 10 years and hold $12,000 or less in student loan debt. Those with larger debts will receive relief after an additional year of payments for every additional $1,000 they borrowed. That is the plan. I don't know. So how quickly does that get taken to the courts, I suppose? The Supreme Court already ruled it. Vic, I believe. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. I didn't call about this, but you mentioned that Brett Spence Bridge. That Cincinnati harbor is the worst harbor on all of the Ohio River. Towboats, they literally have to break up their fleets, send a reduced fleet through there. They have to get on the radio, communicate back and forth because they don't have line of sight when they're going through there to see the other boats. So yeah, you're in for a pure education on the Coast Guard and the Corps of Engineers' responsibility. The Coast Guard is responsible for the navigation, so that bridge is going to have to pass Coast Guard navigational problems, and the Corps of Engineers is responsible for maintaining the channel. So they'll have to make sure, the Corps of Engineers have to make sure that they can maintain a navigational channel through there. So you said they were going to have it done by 2029.
That's the plan. Yes.
I don't even. Yeah, that's well. We'll just see how it all works out. But really, what I called in about the AT&T thing, I don't understand how AT&T operates anymore. But remember back in the days of Mall Bell and whenever they had the Long Lines division and those microwave towers. Well, those microwave towers that they had back then that were connected with landline cables, they were meant to, they were built to withstand a nuclear explosion. And a lot of those towers still exist. And I know where I'm from, I can't get AT&T service, but because that big tower is just sitting there empty. I don't know why they didn't put antennas on it, or I know they sold some of those towers off. So I really don't know how AT&T operates anymore, but it is kind of curious some of the problems that they seem to have, but they have a lot more problems than they used to. And the other thing too, last night when I was kind of stumbling around on that gun thing, I looked that up today, and Marlon was from New Haven, Connecticut, and last night when I was talking to you, I kept thinking about Bridgeport. And I did have to pick up chemicals in Bridgeport, but I said, no, that's not where Marlon's from. But Marlon was having trouble and going bankrupt, and Remington bought them, and then Remington moved everything around, and then Remington got in some kind of financial trouble. And I guess that Ruger, the handgun people, they somehow wound up with Remington, and they built a new facility down there in Huntsville, Alabama, and I think they're trying to get everything down towards that direction, and that's kind of what was going on. And so I did have to deliver guns and ammo, but at that particular time, I was just moving the equipment, and I suspect all that equipment, they probably have all brand new equipment down there in Huntsville and everything to make the ammunition and weapons and everything else. And I believe it was in Madison, Wisconsin. I used to have to go in up there and pick up steel and haul it back down to Lone Oak, Arkansas for Remington to make weapons with it. And that was another darn place to get into. You had to blindside in and make an S turn to get down to the loading dock. But anyway, they had. I guess what I'm trying to say is Remington had a boatload of antiquated facilities, so I could see why they want to go to Arkansas. And I imagine all the different companies, I don't know if they different jurisdictions, maybe they just wanted it all in one place or whatever, or maybe they wouldn't give them the cities and all this zoning and all the other things. But anyway, that's kind of what come of that. But the other thing too, last night I was mentioning about these Chinese used to be smuggled into the United States in freight containers. And at that time, they were charging the Chinese $30,000 to come over here, and they had to work that debt off. Now we fast forward to today, and a lot of those Chinese that were coming across the southern border, they were coming across the border with thousands of dollars in their pocket. So something somewhere went on. There's been a definite change in the ways that the Chinese are coming into the United States, and for what purpose, who knows?
And that's the big key there. I mean, Vic, you talk about for what purpose. If you had a country like the Communist Chinese Party that wants to be the world's dominating power, and you saw the opportunity where another country that you'd like to have maybe control of would allow you to just allow your army to just waltz into the country and disperse to cities all over the entire country and be in place when the time comes you need them, isn't that essentially what we've set up for the Chinese Party right now?
Right, and we've allowed them to buy businesses over here, and in addition to that, we're using a lot of their TikTok, which is pretty much their propaganda arm, and people are, they're pretty well softened us up, and they always said they'd take us over without firing a shot.
Yeah.
And that was the other thing. The other thing, too, I was going to bring up is I was surprised to find out that Senator Young said he was going to support Nikki Haley. And I don't know, and all that confusion. Did you happen to get that email that I tried to forward to you this morning? I mean, it showed it went through okay, but I didn't know if it did or not there about Young's background and some of his connections that he has, family connections. Well, he has family connections to both Indiana and Arizona, and family connections to a large capital management group that is headed by someone that you would recognize rather quickly. But anyway, and I thought back to Carrie Lake when they told her that, well, maybe you need to do something else. We have powerful friends back east. Trust me, this person is a powerful friend back east. And so I just everything is like, okay, what is it that they fear about Trump? Is it because he was so wealthy that they couldn't control him? And the same thing with RFK Jr. If they can get somebody in there that's a little hungry for wealth or one thing or another, makes them a lot easier to control. Sure. And real quick, like I did read up on that brain fingerprinting thing. Well, that's a proven science and it's allowed in court. And I don't know if Trump would go for this or not, but this E. Jean, whatever her name is, he's kind of weird. I think I would force her to use that brain fingerprinting because she says she can't remember, but somehow, some way, that measures brain waves, brain fingerprinting does, if they show her a picture of things, and also have Trump do the same thing. Now, if neither one of them can remember with that brain fingerprinting thing, I would have to say that would pretty well be over and done. And if that would be the thing, the first domino to fall, I imagine the others would start falling pretty quick, and these lawsuits would start going away. But that's just my own theory on the situation. And Scarecrow, I was surprised he hadn't attended a military funeral, but if it's outside, it's no big deal. But if they fire that 21 gun salute inside a tent, they'll probably want to have cotton in his ears, because I don't know what it is they use, but it will make your eardrums kind of numb for a while. Because if it's bad weather and everything, sometimes they will fire inside the tent. I mean, not through the tent, but they'll be inside the tent and kind of far out. It's blank anyway.
Correct.
And then they give the suit. Then they give the flag on the casket. They give that to whomever immediate member is, and then they pick up the shells and distribute them to different people that might want them. So I don't know if you've been to one or not.
I've been to
I've been to a few more than
a
one.
number. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Uncle Forrest last year, her daddy a couple of years ago, and numerous. And one thing I can tell you for certain is, the playing of taps will put that big lump in your throat. And it is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Story brain dead forwarded me this past day. I had the announcement a few weeks ago that right on the heels of the big contract win for UPS workers last year, that there were layoffs coming, and 12,000 layoffs nationwide. This is out of Perrysburg, Ohio. A UPS trailer shop in Perrysburg will close. All 38 employees will be laid off as of April 1. Part of the 12,000 nationwide cuts announced by the company last month. With the state of the economy, it's hard to find a job with benefits to cover a whole family and be able to afford that livable wage, according to one of the trailer mechanics at that shop. The workers, which include truck drivers, mechanics, and other positions, are frustrated that the national cuts are affecting them and say it comes as a surprise after the Teamsters won in August the 5-year contract with UPS to avoid a national strike. The Teamsters Local 20 Hall, which represents the Perrysburg shop, did not respond to requests for comment Wednesday. There wasn't anybody in this building that asked for more money, and I'm guaranteeing that it's like that across the country, said Kyle Dole, the trailer mechanic. There's a lot of jobs where not necessarily anybody asked for more money, but it was for job security and pension security. UPS provided WTOL 11 with a statement on the layoffs, which says, "We often evaluate our operations and flex our network to meet volume demands. This allows us to continue delivering industry-leading service while also maintaining competitive prices. We are making operational changes at a few UPS facilities, including the Toledo Trailer Shop in Perrysburg, Ohio, The trailer shop will close effective April 1. Our employees are extremely important to us. We understand the impact this may have on their families. We will work with those who may be impacted throughout the process to provide support. Now, despite that promise, workers are concerned about what lies ahead. My insurance is going to be gone. I'll have medical bills that I'll have to pay for myself, according to one of the servicemen at the trailer shop. I'm diabetic, and one of my pills without my insurance is over $1,000 every 90 days. I don't know where I'm going to come up with that kind of money. Difficult times, but that's obviously 38 employees. There's a lot more that are going to be getting notifications, 12,000 in total. Now, I think that was spread out over, wasn't it a couple of years, I believe, but... All right, who we got on board here? Not seeing a name. Who's this?
This is Big Worm. How are you doing tonight, Steve?
Worm?
Yeah, Big Worm. How are you doing tonight, sir?
Doing well.
Not too bad. Hey, real quick, have you noticed anything about the TID plant closing down in Weirton, West Virginia at all?
Weirton West, and what plant is it?
The Cleveland Cliffs mill down in Weirton, West Virginia. Have you noticed anything in your news clips about that mill possibly closing on April 1st?
I can't say that I've seen or heard anything. Doesn't ring a bell, no.
Yeah, I was curious if you've seen anything on your end about that. That's all.
Was that a steel facility or what?
Yeah, it is a steel facility that makes tinplate products for like the aerosol cans and canned goods products as well.
Okay, I thought I had seen something about a steel plant, and so I did a quick search. Yeah, they're saying that the Weirton, West Virginia will indefinitely shut down. The announcement, I guess, last Thursday. So that, yeah, indeed, they are.
Now, let me ask you a quick question. Other than our bullshit administration that we got going on right now, is there any way, like, possibly to go and contact a congressman or a state rep in the area to go and say anything about that, to go and try and delay the closure or anything like that on your aspect? I
mean, I would think, and anytime you're talking about, that's a pretty significant deal. So yeah, you'd get a hold of your state senator, your House member, and I don't know what they can maybe do about it, but Weirton, West Virginia, the day after more than 900 workers learned they will soon be losing their jobs making tin plate. That's it. A mill that helped build America. Yeah, dozens lined up for a pair of new boots. They still have to work somewhere, and they ought to be safe doing it, according to a representative of Safety Shoe Distributors. Hold that thought. We'll get a news break and come back with more.
USA News Update. Multiple federal agencies are currently conducting investigations to ascertain whether Thursday's cell phone outages came from technical glitches or were part of a cyber attack. According to ABC News, among the agencies involved in determining the cause are the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security. Mortgage rates have climbed for a third consecutive week. According to Freddie Mac's data, the 30-year fixed-rate mortgage averaged 6.9% this week, marking an increase from just under 6.8% the previous week. A storm is anticipated to impact the Northeast, bringing rain and potential snowfall. Meteorologists predict that the system, which crossed the Midwest on Thursday, will progress eastward throughout Friday. While the East Coast is projected to receive primarily rain, northern New England may experience some significant snowfall. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
How about you say it's a Friday? Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Getting back to the Worms call. It's a pretty sad deal. This story sounds to me like the kind of thing if Donald Trump were still in office, he would have done what needed to be done to keep those jobs in the United States. 900 workers. Here's the scoop, they're saying. Cleveland Cliffs, which has owned Weirton's tin plate facility since 2020, offered their own assurances in the form of relocation payments for people to move to some other facilities. Others have already interviewed for positions down the street at Massachusetts-based Forum Energy's new battery plant that's likely to open this summer. The city manager, who's lived his entire life on the banks of the Ohio River there, says there's kind of a resilience to this place. Even a town that's accustomed to economic swings of industrial manufacturing, most of the town's fewer than 19,000 residents, nobody was prepared for the shock of a full plant shutdown, which could now come as early as April 1. Now, they blame the closure on the federal government, which voted earlier this month to not tax tin imports from Canada, China, Germany, and South Korea. Now, the local president of the United Steelworkers Union said, to me, it's an act of treason. I mean, look at it, once hurt and resolute as he gestured with weathered hands. It's the wrong decision for America and its people. Now, he was one of those, apparently, that actually traveled with the region's congressional delegation to Washington, D.C. last month to lobby for the tariffs on this imported stuff. I see Trump he did not hesitate to implement tariffs if those imports meant the loss of American jobs. So they were in D.C., they lobbied for it, which they said would protect the country's last remaining mills that still make tin plate. That's steel sheets coated with a thin layer of tin. It's like your soup cans. There are only 3 domestic manufacturers. Cleveland Cliffs is one. U.S. Steel and Ohio Coating still make the metal used in food cans and other consumer goods. The Commerce Department, they say, originally approved tariffs back in August based on evidence of unfair trading. But the U.S. International Trade Commission overruled that decision. They said that imported goods were not hurting domestic production. Well, so much for that idea. Within days, Cleveland Cliffs customers that had been loyal for years pulled out, apparently. That list included Silgan Containers, which makes the cans for Campbell's soup. So I guess they were opting for what? The cheaper imported products, right? I said, you cannot operate without orders. And if you've got, Campbell's soup, how many? That's a lot of cans. Cliff's CEO said that the International Trade Commission's decision made it impossible for us to viably produce tin plate. International Trade Commission declined to comment when asked about the potential plant closure and any role that their February 6th ruling may have had. So I guess International Trade Commission just made that announcement a few weeks ago that they were not indeed going to implement tariffs on the imported product. So there's 900 American jobs gone. And again, the United States now finds itself undoubtedly going to be relying on other countries, including the likes of the adversaries, China, for the goods we need. It's the way I see it. Let's see. A full report on the commissioner's decision, they say, will be made public on March 13th. So everybody's kind of left guessing right now. But, yeah, shock to the system. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Is that Eagle back with us? Morning, Eagle.
Yeah, I'm still here. Okay, I want to talk about this situation with these satellite and this telephone deal. Yeah, I was listening to your show last night, Steve. It happened right around this deal started on your show. I don't know if you noticed the difference in your show, but like around about about 4:30 last night. You had somebody on, and as you was talking, the message came on my phone saying something about satellite. You couldn't be reached or something. So around about 4:30, happened.
It was right after our 4:30 news.
Yeah.
I had come back and I was talking to Scarecrow, as a matter of fact, and yeah, that it was coincidentally. It's right about the time all this stuff was happening with the cell phone outages and all that. But we lost our internet connection here, which the show pretty much ended right there. I never was able to get connection back up before 5 a.m.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, about 4:30 last night.
Yep.
Right after I talked, and then Scarecrow came on, and about 4:30. That's when I noticed something was going on. I thought there was something wrong with your program. I mean, with something going on with you in your studio, but turned out it was something else. When I woke up, I learned that it was something going on with the computers or something that shut your show down last night. Because I was wondering why you went off, before 5 o'clock.
Right.
On the 5.
Hey, I was in here doing everything I could do, Eagle. I reset my router, and I reset my router again, and I got on the phone trying to get a hold of the local internet provider, and I was scrambling.
I thought there was something wrong with. Yeah, I thought there was something wrong with my telephone, because I tried to reset my Facebook, because I was looking at you on Facebook. I was like, what the hell is going on? Because it said that I couldn't pick up a signal, so I thought it was my phone. And then when I woke up this morning, I listened to another radio show in the morning, and they were saying that people all over the U.S. and the South didn't have no telephone service.
Right.
So then I realized that it might be something else. Yeah, Steve, I don't really know. Like I say, we may never know the truth about what happened. If this was a test run, for something bigger, or if this was just a mistake, by Verizon. I mean, by the AT&T, whoever's in charge of this line. I don't know. And I don't know. Like I say, but I do believe that that it's coming real. They might be prepping us for something bigger. I don't know, because it's kind of like I said, they're not gonna tell the whole story. I really believe that we'll never know what really went down. But I got lucky, like I say, with my phone. I didn't have no problem with my telephone. It was still working. But I just hope that nothing bigger and badder doesn't happen in the coming months or weeks. And that might be, like I say, I don't trust these Democrats at this point, Steve. I really believe that they know now that Donald Trump is leading right now. They getting desperate now. They realize that they're running out of time. And Biden is on his last legs, his last wheels, and I think the cheat is on. They're gonna definitely try to cheat this time, Steve. I believe they're gonna do some dirty dealing, and like I say, I believe that anything could go on. The lights could go out, anything could go down. See, these people are untrustable. The people on the other side, they are desperate to keep Trump out of the White House, and anything could take place. The chaos could create it. And then they could declare martial law, and then there ain't no damn election. So people need to keep their eyes open to what's going down. It's not going to be as easy. I hope I got my fingers and toes and everything else crossed for Trump, but I realize that it's not going to be easy, Steve. They're going to do everything they can to keep him out. That's why they came down with this verdict on Friday, the Batista James deal, knowing they know they damn well they were wrong with coming down with something like that. But they're going to bring up something else. They're going to find something else to dig some dirt up. I believe, like you said, Steve, a lot of people believe that's the only reason. People can say, why is Nikki Haley not dropping out? And a lot of people, I think Nikki Haley might know something that we don't know. Maybe she knows something that we don't know, Steve. Maybe she knows that Trump is this. They might bring something out on Trump, to put him out of the damn race, and that's why she's hanging around. We don't know that. Like I said, like I told you, these people are untrustable, Steve. I have no faith whatsoever, and it's really a damn shame, Steve, that in the year 2024, and I'm not the only one that I have no faith in our election system right now. Being an honest clean election where the best man wins. You see what I mean, Steve?
Right.
And that's a damn shame because last time I checked, we didn't live in North Korea. We didn't live in Russia. We didn't live in China where the government determines who your damn president is. No matter, you vote all you want. The government puts who they want to put in at. We're in the same damn position at this point, Steve, I believe. We might be one step above those countries, but we're getting real close to being even with those. And I never thought those words would come out of my mouth, that the United States is almost as crooked as those countries. But that's the point that we don't got to, Steve. It is really sad. So like I say, I hope that people get out and vote. That's the only way, like you said last night, Steve, the only way to try to beat these people in the election is for everybody to vote, so we make it impossible for him to cheat, that Trump gets so many damn votes that there's no way they can erase these votes right out of the system like they didn't exist. They got to have so many people out there to polls in November to make it. They can't erase all these damn votes. So that's all I can tell people at this point, Steve, is that I want people to realize that these people are desperate and that they're dangerous and that they don't want Trump in the White House. Don't think just that it's like it was back in the 50s and 60s and 70s when your vote actually counted. We living in a different time now. You're dealing with some down and dirty people, and they don't want Trump in the White House. So God bless America, and God bless Donald Trump and everybody that listens to your show, and you too, Steve. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, and it's sad that we have to actually even, in the back of our minds have those thoughts, the sentiments. I wonder. It's sad that we have to even think along those lines. You got that little thing in the back of your brain that says, I don't know if I trust what's going to take place. Can we trust these electronic machines? Can we trust those that are going to be tabulating? Can we trust the counters? Sad. This country should be full of a population with no doubt in their mind, no questions in their mind, that our elections are on the up and up, 100%. Should be. But it is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, how about another example of, maybe an explanation for, dude, where in the hell did you get your driver's license? Or who in the world gave that individual a CDL? They don't know what the hell they're doing. That's because we share stories like this. The owner of an Illinois trucking company facing federal charges of conspiracy for helping individuals cheat On the written portion of the commercial driver's license exam, Mykola Datkum, the owner of Island Lake, Illinois-based Maximum Services, accused of using electronic communication devices to relay test answers to individuals taking the CDL written test. Prosecutors claim Mykola and others perpetrated the scheme from 2019 through 2022. In Illinois, CDL applicants take the written portion of the test on a computer, and you're allowed to listen to the questions via headphones, according to the attorney's office. Datkin took this to his advantage. According to the documents, he directed individuals attempting to cheat on the test to his facility in Island Lake. He and his co-conspirators would tell the testers, take the audio version of the test and place the headphones around your neck within listening distance of a concealed microphone. Upon arriving, Dutkin and others provided an earpiece and microphone to test takers that would be linked to their phones. The testers would then place a call to Datkin or one of his co-conspirators, allowing them to hear the test questions and relay the correct answers in real time. Court documents suggest that he and his accomplices charged at least $500 for their help to cheat on the exam. This cheating scheme is alleged to have been perpetrated in multiple state facilities. But they do say the allegations do not include any state employees being involved. A report from the Chicago Tribune showed in 2022 there were actually 2 separate undercover sources that went through the process of obtaining a fraudulent CDL from this guy and his company. He's charged by, information rather than by grand jury indictment. So they've got all the information. They said in most instances, charges like this always end up in a guilty plea. There's no way you're getting out of it. Dutkin's case was set for an arrangement this past Wednesday, the 21st. So that's how people out there get those licenses when they have no idea what they're doing. About 8 before the hour. Is this Roki?
Hi, Steve. This is Rob. You do see me as Roki.
Yep.
What I wanted to say to your audience and to you is 3 days ago, the Border Patrol reported that since Biden took office, 7.2 million undocumented immigrants have entered the U.S. illegally. Mm-hmm. And this number is growing daily. 7.2 million is individually greater than the population of 36 of our states.
Correct.
These individuals seek sanctuary cities and states to live in because of the handouts. Want a free vacation in America? Most sanctuary cities are in blue states. Some, like Cincinnati and Columbus, Ohio, are not. Ohio is a swing state. On Biden's first day in office, he issued an order to count undocumented immigrants in the census, undoing a Trump order. He stated that we need to know who's really living in America. Now, that can be considered a fair statement. He slipped this by us, or at least me. The census is used to determine how many seats the states will have in Congress. Grow a blue state's population, grow their representatives. Some say Biden will grant the immigrants the right to vote. He may well. However, as I just laid out, they've already done that by setting up the repacking of Congress. And that's what I just wanted to say. And with that, I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Yeah, that is 100% spot on, accurate. The numbers, yes. It was how many states larger than the population? The illegal entries into this country larger than the population of a number of states, and they continue pouring into primarily those blue states. Which, yes, now the census is only performed every 10 years, and we just did that. It was under Trump, wasn't it? The last census. But next census that rolls around, and yeah, you can guarantee they're going to want to count all those who have entered illegally over the previous 10 years. and you're going to see exponential growth in the population centers, especially of some of these big cities, the sanctuary cities. New York, Chicago, like they needed more representation anyway. Now, New York's governor, Kathy Hochul, saying her state has been overwhelmed by the number of illegals who've arrived in recent months. And, okay, we knew this was going to be the mode of operation. It's Republicans' fault, right? It's not Joe Biden's fault. It's not Alejandro Mayorkas' fault or Kamala. It's Republicans' fault. Now, Kathy Hochul, whose net favorability rating is dropped by 8 points, made her remarks on an interview via MSNBC, of course. She said, "I still believe there can be bipartisan solutions." Speaking of Congress, the institution is capable of it if you get the right people in there, and I'm going to work to make sure we have the right people in there. And even before next November's election, I believe we will pick up the House. The Republicans in the state of New York, and there are 10 of them, they have the power to caucus together, march down to Speaker Johnson's office and say, "We demand you do something about the border. Bring it to the floor, and we will support it." Of course, what she's talking about is what was the Senate version of the bill, which left 5,000 illegals on a daily basis coming in. As Ted Cruz clearly put it the other day, that legislation would have codified. It would have made it put it into law forever that 5,000 illegals are allowed to cross that damn border every single day in perpetuity. It did nothing to secure the border. But Hochul went on to say Republicans are responsible for the border crisis, and they own the issue headed into the November election. Now, she fails, and most of these Democrats and obviously MSNBC and CNN never, ever mention the Republican version, the legislation that was presented in H.R. 2, refusing to be moved on by none other than Chucky Schumer. The Republicans have presented their alternative. There's an opportunity that Congress could act, but they refuse to even take up the Republicans' offer. That's the status quo in America today. Final hour coming up. Hey, it's 844-844-3388. Jump on board the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. An investigation is continuing into Thursday's cell phone outages that affected many AT&T customers across the country. The FBI, Department of Homeland Security, and other agencies are looking into the cause to see if it was a cyber attack or just technical difficulties. This as National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby says there's no credible reason to believe it was an intentional attack.
We're going to look at this really hard. We're going to work with industry to see what we can find out. But right now, we're being told that AT&T has no reason to think that this was a cybersecurity incident.
President Biden is reportedly considering an executive order to try and help restrict the number of illegal immigrants crossing across the southern border into the United States. National Border Patrol Council President Brandon Judd tells Fox News he believes the president needs to drastically change his administration's policies regarding the border, emphasizing Americans are at risk nationwide.
It's very scary when you think that we're releasing people into the United States that have gang affiliations because President Biden said, if you want to flee, come, we'll accept you, when in reality, the vast majority of the people that we apprehend do not have legitimate asylum claims, and that's proven down the line.
The Northeast is expected to get hit with another storm that will bring rain and possible snow. Forecasters saying the system that's moving across the Midwest on Thursday will move eastward, bringing a chance of rain to mostly New England, but parts of upstate New York could see snow. Motocross star J.O. Archer is dead after crashing during trick practice in Australia. The action sports group Nitro Circus posting about his death on Instagram, writing that he was the epitome of passion, hard work, and determination. Archer lost control of his bike while recreating the famous upside-down move during drills. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
President Biden speaking to the press after meeting with family members of Alexei Navalny, opposition leader of Russian President Vladimir Putin. Navalny recently died while jailed in Russia. The president commenting on his meeting with Navalny's wife, Yulia Navalny.
One thing that was made clear to me is that Yolanda she's going to continue the fight he had underway. So we're not letting up.
South Carolina Republican Senator Tim Scott is urging former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley to drop out of the GOP presidential primary. He spoke after casting his ballot in South Carolina's Republican primary.
Between Joe Biden and Donald Trump is Nikki Haley. And so getting out of the way is incredibly important, not for the party, but for America's future.
A Texas judge is ruling in favor of a high school that was accused of violating the Crown Act, legislation that bans hair discrimination based on race, after Daryl George was told that he was in violation of his school's dress code due to the length of his dreadlocks in his hair. State chair of the Texas Coalition of Black Democrats, Dr. Candace Matthews, comments on the decision.
We are highly disappointed on the decision that was made. Darryl will have to continue to be in school suspension until the federal case kicks in.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois.
Hey, what do you say? One more time around on a Friday. And congratulations once again, Harry Gordon Jr., a.k.a. Dirty Harry, this week's winner of the Big Rig Duo. 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator and 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. Mindy wanted to pass on. Thanks for everybody that participated again this week, and we'll do it again next week. And we'll get that page loaded up come Monday. It's very simple. Via Facebook, go to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Follow the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and then go to the comments. Simply comment Hot Shot Secret. It's a $200 value, by the way. So, yeah, the Big Rig Duo. Good luck. Now, I know the Teamsters have already come out officially throwing their endorsement behind Joe Biden. Not surprising. It's traditional for many, many decades, I guess, supporting the Democrat candidates. But something that hasn't happened in many, many years has happened. And that is they're actually sending some money the Republican way. One unexpected blessing of Joe Biden's reign of incompetence is the new phenomena of the GOP and conservatives receiving support from people and groups who heretofore only offered their support for Democrats and liberals. Specifically, most unions historically have been on the side of Democrat and liberal policies. Joe Biden proudly proclaimed himself the most pro-union president in American history. Unfortunately, for the president, at least one union's kind of making a liar out of him, making their first significant donation to the GOP since 2004, literally 20 years. Washington Post reported that the International Brotherhood of Teamsters which primarily represents the rights of truckers and warehouse workers, gave the Republican National Committee $45,000 after Donald Trump met with the union back in January. Now, the Teamsters also have given significant money to the Democrats this election cycle. The Democrat National Committee, $135,000 in December. So, triple the amount, essentially. But as the Post noted, many rank-and-file union members favored Trump, who's the Republican frontrunner in this presidential race. Union leadership doesn't always share that same sentiment, obviously. One unidentified board member called him a known union buster, scab, insurrectionist, in a letter to the Teamsters president protesting the January meeting with Trump. After that meeting, though, I remember Teamsters Chief Sean O'Brien said the Biden administration had been overall great for unions, but added that the union has some more questions that need to be asked to both candidates. Now, in the past 4 presidential elections, 2008 to 2020, the Teamsters have given their powerful endorsement to whomever was the Democrat nominee. That said, this donation does signal a departure from their donation pattern. Some believe the Teamsters' donation to the GOP may be hinting at an unprecedented Republican endorsement. John Palmer, one of the union's executive board members, said, "We've never done anything like this in my time on the board. I suspect the play is that we'll have a bit more leverage with the GOP. But it appears like a tacit endorsement of Trump. That surely stings the self-proclaimed most pro-union president in American history. And overall, this is a huge win for the Republican Party. For Biden not to have the Teamsters' full, unwavering support, that's a big blow to him and his campaign. I don't see any changes there. If the union does end up endorsing the GOP nominee over the president, that would be a proverbial gut punch. And memory serves, O'Brien came out. He's already said they're endorsing Joe Biden overall. But of course, I mean that's just the word from the leadership. The rank and file, they're going to vote for whomever they see fit, and many of them are supporters of Trump. We know. Blind Man on a Friday. Hey there. Morning, Blind Man.
Good morning, Steve. Well, the trial is over. The prosecution wrapped up its case on Wednesday. The defense didn't even bother with their side of the story. It went to yesterday. They had instructions to the jury, closing arguments. The defense guy was just rambling on, and the jury came back around 6:30, 7 o'clock East Coast time. He was found guilty on all 14 counts, and then on count 1, murder in the first degree, the jury was asked yes or no, was Kathleen Jo Henry tortured before she died? The jury deliberated, and then they came back and said yes. So he's got a minimum sentence now of 99 years, and sentencing will be, I think, July 12th or the 19th. I think they had both dates open. So he may be moved out of Alaska and put somewhere, maybe Arizona, I don't know. But the KTUU website has more information on what happened.
Okay.
So that's all the baloney I got for today. Just wanted to let everybody know what's going on. My sister was in the courtroom, according to my cousin who could see the video.
Mm-hmm.
and I haven't talked to her yet, but I'm sure I will this weekend. I guess she's going to have time to think this through. Really wish she divorced him and have nothing more to do with him.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, from the story you sent me last week, it sounded. I mean, they said she was in the courtroom when he was kind of admitting that he didn't want to say anything about he found the body in the back of his truck and took her out to dump it because if he otherwise his wife would have found out that he had spent the night with another woman. That was his excuse supposedly, but I don't know. Is she trying to stick by his side?
Unfortunately, yes.
Wow.
And what worries me is I wonder if the survivors of these two women are going to sue her, for damages.
Sure. Yeah.
And also, the second woman, apparently, from what I heard, this happened between 2017 and 2018. She was down here visiting me, and at the same time, he was up there fooling around with the second woman that he admitted to. He got very angry because he said when he brought her to the house, you need to take a shower. She refused to take a shower. He went out in the garage, got his gun, and shot her in the head in the living room downstairs. That's why the police were doing a search of my sister's house.
Just a bizarre story, blind man. But, yeah, I mean, from the little bit that I saw, and I did pull up some of the footage after we brought that up last week on the program. And, yeah, dude looks like you got your first impressions and listening to his testimony, you say, boy, oh boy, that's all right. Sorry your sister's having to go through that, though. Hey, unusual to hear from Philip on a Friday. What's going on?
Yeah, buddy, I woke up a little early this morning. Neighbor down the street a couple of weeks ago had a stroke, and they took him away in the middle of the day, but came back and got him today. And I woke up, heard the ambulance, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I just figured I would call in. I'm running a little earlier than I usually am. Figured I'd give you a buzz, see how y'all were doing. Is everything going okay today?
Doing all right. How about, they safely landed on the moon. How about that? Were you awake for that still or in bed already?
Yeah. No, I got home from work yesterday afternoon, and I saw it. I saw the footage on NASA. I mean, you can't actually see the real thing. They got that little dramatization, that little computer imaging thing that shows where it's at and that kind of stuff. It's cool. I'm glad we're back there. I hope they get some really good pictures. And did you see the pictures of Earth they had, Steve, going to it?
I have not seen any photographs yet.
Oh, my God. I mean, they showed some pictures when it was it separated away from one of the boosters that was taking it out. And, man, that was just like it was. I don't know if you remember when they did that capsule that slingshotted around the moon not too long ago. But that looked just like that. It was really cool to see the Earth, and I tell you what, I'm kind of interested to see what they're going to do with this little rover. I really am. I really didn't take interest in it at first when I seen it lift off. I thought, well, it's just another one of those deals, they say they're going to do it, let's do it or whatever, But I might keep an eye on this one and see what's happening with it. Are you going to?
Oh, yeah, I'm trying to pull up some photos right now. I didn't realize they had anything back yet.
Yeah, they said that when it landed, they didn't know for about 15 to 30 minutes if it's still there, but they had a signal from it, and because they had a signal from it, they knew it landed. They didn't know if it, they knew it landed. They didn't know if it landed safely or not. They assumed it landed safely, but within 15 to 30 minutes, they had a signal back, and they knew right then and there that everything was landed. So, but yeah, I'm sitting up there on the South Pole of the moon. So, hey, Steve, I got a good question. My wife was asking me this yesterday, and I really haven't done any research. If you're looking at the moon, do you think the north is at the top and the south is at the bottom, or which way do you think the poles are on it?
Now that I would have no clue.
You know, because we all think of the north, south, east, and west. And, you know, we thought, you know, you think if you look at something like up in the sky like that, you think, well, the south is at the bottom and the north is at the top, and, you know, west would be to the left and east would be to the right.
Correct.
But what happens if it ain't like that? You know what I mean? I mean, that's something that somebody might want to throw out there to Google and see what happens. You know, I can't right now because I'm driving. But,
right. So we need to get some sort of, I guess, some sort of interpretation of where that lander is from our perspective on the moon.
Yeah. They said it's on the South Pole. They said that was the part that was had the less, you know, rocks that, you know, big rocks that could take it out. It was more of a flat spot, and they could land it there. And I think that's kind of, isn't that the same? I'm not sure what area we went to when we landed on the moon. Another question is, if we're looking at the moon, is that the same side we look at all the time? Because is the moon spinning too, as well as like the Earth?
Yeah, I mean that's why we talk about the dark side of the moon. The rotation of the moon, supposedly, it's always what is facing the Earth is always the same side. We can't see the dark side of the moon unless you put a satellite or something around the other side.
Yeah. Yep. And if you notice this side, they said that the side that we're on has been pummeled with all the stuff over the years, and that's why it's got the craters it's got in it. And also, Steve, did you experience any cell phone loss yesterday morning around 3 o'clock?
Oh, Philip, our program ended a little before 4, about 20 minutes till 4 yesterday. I don't know if it was in correlation with the outages, but everything we do here, I got a half dozen different things linked up outside to various internet sources, but everything went down on my end. I don't know if it's, again, related or not, but yeah.
Okay, well, I can't talk much about it because of my employer, but I think something happened yesterday electronically in the atmosphere. And I don't think now this is just my opinion.
Yeah.
By what I saw at work, which I can't talk about at work. You know, I can't talk about Disney. That's can't do that. But I will say there was a lot of cell coverage that was lost down here, and there was some other things that went on that make me think it was not your typical thing. It was either probably like a solar flare.
Well, there were.
And I don't want to really.
There were gigantic. I mean, there's been a total of 3 solar flares in 23 hours' time. Yeah, like on the 21st, the evening of the 21st, there was an X1.8, followed by an X1.7, and then last evening, Thursday evening, an X6.3 flare. That's massive.
Now think about this, Steve. Could that solar flare caused an EMP to come across and make things crazy? You know what I mean, Steve?
Earlier yesterday, there were some sites kind of trying to draw parallels that might have been a contributor. You know, later in the evening, they're trying to say that none of those solar flares actually unleashed, what do they call it, a CME. But there was what they call the extreme ultraviolet radiation that ionized the atmosphere, and that knocked out shortwave radio over Hawaii and Australia. But I think they're trying to say there's probably no link between the two.
I beg to differ.
Do you?
I'll just say that much.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's some things that went down yesterday with other things than cellular. They're not typical in a normal day.
Okay.
And I can't, there's things I can't talk about, but
sure,
there's things that happen that with a cell coverage is used in a lot of different ways. A lot more than what people think. A lot of people more know. But I think that there was some other stuff that went wrong yesterday that probably was more than just this problem with AT&T.
And I mean, a lot of these cell providers also. I mean, AT&T, they've got a broadband side where they do provide internet service and whatnot. So I mean, between all the different things we've got hooked up, we were whacked out. Show ended about 4:35 a.m. yesterday.
Yeah, I'm wanting to say, because I got out at Disney around 3. It was a little bit after 3. And that's when things went crazy, with the cell towers and all that stuff. And things kind of changed a little bit, but everything got back up within maybe by 5 o'clock, everything was back to normal. But it was pretty tense, and I ain't worried about the phone because I was already at work. I wasn't worried about that and whatnot. But I really think that something magnetically did something with the signals. Now, I don't know if somebody threw one out there or if it was a solar flare. I mean, this is all my opinion. This is nothing. I'm not being a conspiracy theorist or any of that kind of stuff, but something pretty big in magnetic fields happened yesterday with that signal to disrupt things like it did. And I'll just leave it at that. And I would be interested to know how the Cape was yesterday, if they had anything over there that was messed with that coming through, whatever went happen. Because, we have a lot of stuff that's getting ready to be put out on the pad, a lot of electronic stuff over there. So that's kind of scary stuff, but yeah, it was strange. I know, I had texted, Eskimo Mom, and she said, yeah, they had lost a little bit of coverage up there and it came back. And then she sent me an article. I guess there was, an article on it and everything. We didn't really know at work what was going down. We deal with our stuff as we deal with it. That's the way it works. But that's all I pretty much got about that. Other than that, buddy, y'all have a good weekend. I appreciate you having me. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, you do the same. Thanks for checking in. There you go. Friday morning. It was definitely strange day this past day. And we've shared several states announcing this week more National Guard headed to the southern border. The latest announcement from Governor Mike Parson, the Republican from Missouri, stating that up to 200 Missouri National Guard soldiers will be activated to help support Texas Governor's Operation Lone Star. According to the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, Governor Parson visited Shelby Park right there in Eagle Pass, Texas, a couple weeks ago with that other delegation of Republican governors. Got a security briefing on the state's efforts to reduce the unprecedented level of illegals, to which he stated about 2 weeks ago, I visited the southern border, and let me not mince words when I say it is a crisis. The crisis at the southern border is fueling the fentanyl crisis here in our state. Missourians are dying. Families are being ripped apart. Communities are being destroyed. Missouri children are falling victim. It all stems from the Biden administration's reckless, irresponsible, failed open border policies. With our southern border wide open, every state is now a border state, the latest being Missouri.
You
USA News Update. Multiple federal agencies are currently conducting investigations to ascertain whether Thursday's cell phone outages came from technical glitches or were part of a cyber attack. According to ABC News, among the agencies involved in determining the cause are the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security. Mortgage rates have climbed for a third consecutive week. According to Freddie Mac's data, the 30-year fixed-rate mortgage averaged 6.9% this week, marking an increase from just under 6.8% the previous week. A storm is anticipated to impact the Northeast, bringing rain and potential snowfall. Meteorologists predict that the system, which crossed the Midwest on Thursday, will progress eastward throughout Friday. While the East Coast is projected to receive primarily rain, northern New England may experience some significant snowfall. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little suggested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Do you use a reusable water bottle? They've become the in thing. Yeah, the almost like the thermos-like with a screw-on tap a lot of times. And if you do, how often do you sanitize it? You know, the kids, of course, Rowan takes his to school each morning. And the wife talks about that needs to be washed more often. Okay. She told me that several weeks ago, and I come across a story this past day that says, new study reveals that reusable water bottles are teeming with horrifying levels of bacterial contamination. These bottles harbor more germs than a toilet seat or a pet bowl or even the notoriously dirty kitchen sink, known as one of the germiest places in a home. Researchers with waterfilterguru.com concluded, on average, reusable water bottles had 40,000 times the bacteria of a toilet seat, 14 times the bacteria of a pet bowl, twice the bacteria in a kitchen sink. Swab tests determined that the average reusable water bottle contains 20.8 million colony-forming units, CFUs, of bacteria. The two main type of bacteria were identified as gram-negative rods, which are commonly associated with hospital-acquired infections, and bacillus, which could lead to uncomfortable gastrointestinal issues. If you've got a spout top or a screw top lid, they contained the most bacteria of all the water bottles. A squeeze-top bottle, deemed the cleanest, with 3 million CFUs, or 6,000 times the bacteria of a toilet seat. You know, long story short, it sounds like you're drinking out of a reusable water bottle. You might as well be drinking out of the toilet. They also delved into how people clean their water bottles. Most folks said they wash their bottles daily. 13% said they only wash them a few times a month. I mean, it's only water, right? That's the mentality. Researchers emphasized how important it is to wash and sanitize water bottles, especially when you may be ill or the bottles may be used for drinks other than water. Wash those water bottles, I guess. Seeing-eyed dog, what's happening? All right, it's not his fault, it's mine. Come on, click. There he is. There he is. No, it was on my end.
Hello.
Hello there.
Yeah, I was on hold yesterday when things went bad for you.
Okay.
But that's okay. I felt so bad. Real quick, I was at the last eclipse, and in my opinion, if you're going to go to the eclipse, plan like you're going to the beach. You might want to bring some kind of sun protection for your skin, as well as, like those party tents, that you bring, or some of the beach tents. Mm-hmm. You want to bring some seats with you, because it does get crowded. It's just like being at the beach. Last time, 7 years ago, it turned out to be a nothing burger. I mean, they were talking a lot about it, and businesses ramped up their supplies. I was told when the eclipse hit the town, everybody was standing still and staring in the sky. All the cars were parked. I was in a park right next to the river by Paducah. But they said that all the cars in the area parked, and everyone was staring up in the sky. Mm-hmm. My advice to you, if you do that, make sure somebody's watching out for what's going on around you, because you should always be aware of your surroundings. but we were able to pick up 4 gallons of A&W root beer because they overstocked, expecting such a large crowd.
Really?
Yeah. Another thing is, I recommend getting your solar glasses now. Science and Surplus, there's one in Chicago area. They do stock them. You can probably call them and have them shipped to you. Make sure you don't get those cheap ones from the other side of the world, because I heard you were reading stories about that last year, that some of them weren't made very well.
Correct.
If you know somebody who's got glasses and you don't look up in the sky right away, okay? You'll get to see it. What happens is it starts coming, and then you can see it on the ground if you're right in the epigee area. Is that the right term? Mm-hmm. You start seeing it, and then it finally becomes like a diamond ring where it's almost buried the sun. But then you can take your glasses off for a few minutes. Some people say 3 minutes. I'm not going to tell you how long because I don't know. But then it creates another diamond ring on the other side, okay? But you can stare up at it if you're directly below it. Now, if you're looking at the sun and you're in like Chicago area, nowhere near it, and you still get a little bit of a chance of seeing the solar eclipse, I recommend having eye protection. A lot of people in Chicago thought they were going to enjoy the eclipse, but it's not the same as it is if you're directly under it. I bought some really nice glasses. They look like sunglasses. They run about $27. Back 7 years ago, they were only $14. They do have the cheap paper glasses. Mm-hmm. When you put these things on, you can't see anything in front of you. It's not like wearing sunglasses. It's totally blocked out. But when you're looking up at the sun before it starts, you can look at the sun and it's not going to hurt your eyes.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Moving on. I also want to give a tagline to you for the solar eclipse. I call it chasing the sun and catching the moon. Also, if you're going to go do the solar eclipse, make sure you're mobile, because you got to watch the weather patterns. If the clouds or if you got rain coming, you might have to move to a different area. So probably watch the forecast or listen to Steve's show before playing it out. I'm pretty Steve will give you a real good forecast on where the best viewing spots might be when it comes closer to the solar eclipse. Did you figure out what a nursing tank was yesterday?
No, I didn't catch where that occurred.
Oh no, you had a story about anhydrous nursing tanks.
Correct.
I believe those are those portable tanks. They have large wheels on them, and they drag them behind the either the planter or the grader for the farms.
Correct.
You can see these tanks being dragged behind. I think that's what those are.
And that's what, Pup did call yesterday morning and he kind of confirmed that. He said that's you see them out there and they're putting the stuff into the fields. That's the fertilizer. Correct. Yep. I thought he meant what part of the country where the one that exploded was, but I don't know where that was. It was a farm co-op somewhere. It's all I recall. Well, let's see what's going on with Daryl. It's been a while. Hello. Good morning, Daryl.
Good morning. How's the family and how's Stryker?
I think everybody doing well. I haven't seen Stryker in a while, but doing good.
I lost my dog this week. Had her for 11 and a half years, and she was 16 and a half years old, but it hurts like heck when you lose one.
Oh, yes.
Attached to.
Oh, yes.
You were talking about, me and Scarecrow were on the radio with you last night, and I heard him over my phone say, you didn't hang up when you went off the air. And I was in line to talk to you right behind Scarecrow, and I thought you were trying to talk to me. And I couldn't figure out what the devil was going on. The next thing I know, there was a podcast coming on from December.
Correct. Yeah, because I wasn't through talking. Scarecrow was actually still talking, and he just kind of disappeared. And sometimes we'll lose our phone connection like that, and I can reconnect it. But I realized, I said, everything was gone.
On my phone, I heard Scarecrow say distinctly, Steve, you didn't hang up.
How about that?
You were still live with him on his phone. Anyway, it was straight.
Yeah, what that means is those of you who are actually on the line, like I think CNI Dog was there too, and I'm pretty sure Blind Man was holding last night during that final. So that you were on the phone line, you call that number, the 844-3388, and you're connected.
Yes.
It's actually going through a link up out of California. So you all were still there and could hear each other talking, but we couldn't hear you. Nobody else could hear you.
I was listening to I listen to the AM radio sometime on Sunday morning. I was in the Philadelphia radio.
Yeah.
Just clear.
And he's got the phone up too close to his face, I think. All right, we'll jump off here. And thank you much, Daryl. Have a great weekend. It's 15 before the hour. Let's get a quick 2-minute timeout, and we return after this. A Friday morning.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, by the way, it's tax time, as they call it. That time of year once again, right? Yeah, most have received their W-2s, your 1099s, and unless you're getting a big refund, you probably don't care about filing until April 15th, and even on April 15th, you'll probably want to procrastinate till October. Who wants to make those payments anyway? A new bill introduced in the House last week could see, they say, Americans get hundreds back in a tax credit. Gabe Vasquez of New Mexico proposed H.R. 7400 that calls for a one-time refundable tax credit equal to 10% of each taxpayer's federal taxes. Under the proposed credit, only single filers making $150,000 or less would qualify. Couples could score the tax credit of making $250,000 or less. That means someone making $70,000 yearly would see about $900 back from the bill to help ease the burden of inflation. First things first, is this just an election year gimmick to convince people, we're doing what we can to keep money in your pocket? Now, she said, I'm looking forward to unveiling my lower costs plan next week in New Mexico. We need to support working families by fighting inflation and creating good-paying jobs. It's time to put partisan politics aside and get back to delivering for the American people. That's what my plan does, she says. Currently unclear how likely a bill like this could get passed. It would, of course, have to be first supported by a committee before being sent on to the House, but with $900 extra that could potentially be saved for American families, many are hoping the bill passes without typical congressional partisanship getting in the way. One financial expert says $900 may not seem like much, but it could make a real difference for some households. I believe legislators should approach this bill based on its potential to deliver tangible relief rather than partisan positioning. While a tax credit like this would help Americans in a tough spot financially, navigating inflation, financial literacy instructor Alex Bean said many might have a problem with the bill's timing. Hello. It's always difficult to tell in an election year whether bills proposed are for the genuine good or a political ploy, or maybe a little mixture of both. A tax credit would certainly ease the financial burden inflation has put on many American families. But a one-time tax credit may come across as too little too late to some. And why isn't this permanent would be the question from others. Inflation currently stands at 3.4% after months of the Fed attempting to bring it down with interest rate hikes to no avail. Being said, while many Americans could be excited about any savings, it likely won't be a saving grace for America's financial situation. Now, the credit of this nature sounds good on paper, but the reality is most of the issues inflation entails will continue to persist until factors both in and outside government control ease the impact. You know, it's an election year. Who got us where we are with the inflation? They know they've got to do something to help ease the concerns. Economy and the border, two top issues. Depending on the poll, some have the border as the number one issue. Economy is always number one or number two. If this bill were passed, some Americans would be able to pay bills that they have needed to catch up on. Other Americans would put the money into savings. Most people would use the refund on something they've been wanting. If passed, the credit could contribute to more actual inflation. Big contributing factor of what kicked off this inflation were these checks going out, the COVID relief checks. 1,000 here, 1,000 there, all millions of people all being injected into the economy, which ultimately came back in the form of inflation. So obviously there's going to be a big debate on this. I don't know if it'll get anywhere, but nonetheless, it's been proposed. It's the starting point. We'll see. 5-7.
I got the answer. Now, if my wife, once I got up and I got my cup of coffee, and haven't got through the first half cup of coffee, and she turns and looks at me and asks, which is it, north of the moon or south of the moon? Which is it? I just have to look at her and lovingly say, make me a sandwich. And I'm telling you what, I own the moon, okay? I was paying taxes. I mean, for all that equipment, we've got, 4 flags up there right now? 4 American flags. We got a couple of automobiles, sitting parked up there for anybody who wants to get back. We got base where they landed. We got a bunch of equipment up there. So, and I helped pay for that. With some guy named Pica. I know I was only washing dishes in a roadside diner. So, I guess as an American, I can tell you, north is north, south is south, east is east, and west is west.
Okay.
So, and the man in the moon always faces the planet. All you got to do is between 3 and 4 o'clock on the moon face, there's the man standing there in a winter parka, and watch his right hand is pointed up in a west-northwest position, pointing down the road to his cabin. And that sets at about a 10 o'clock position.
Oh, boy.
So, there you go. We own the moon. I share the wealth. But we own the moon, China, Japan, anybody comes up there needs to pay us rent. So, there you go. Other than that, hey, it's Friday. Have fun. 5-7. We done.
Have a good weekend. There you go. All right. What do we got here? Hello, Truck and Phil. Semper Fi. Happy Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Stabil. Now, you've been a couple degrees cooler each of the last few days there, Phil. 49 for Fort Wayne, 47 Sterling Heights today. As we kick off another day, ready to do Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back. Have a great weekend. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. There's our friend Steve in Columbus. What do you got? Morning, Mr. Summers, all the listeners out there. Friday finally here. And we're barreling towards the weekend. Looking forward to it. Steve, I heard the call from Sundance yesterday morning. Wondering where that guy gets his information. It seems like I lost a few brain cells while listening to the nonsense he was spewing during that call. You did the right thing, giving him the Dumbass of the Week award. Everybody enjoy the weekend. Hey, he was one. Speaking of which, did I get to any of the Dumbass of the Week awards? I think I might have forgot those. Brain dead, daggone it. One of those we had already shared. That was the guy that had that was trying to get home. Ranger brought that up last evening. The guy, he just got out of jail and he was trying to get home. So, why not steal the car carrier loaded with 10 brand new Corvettes? That guy, he was one of the nominees from Brain Dead. One quickie from CBS News out of Detroit. A man accused of robbing 3 banks in Metro Detroit posted photos of himself on social media holding money and wearing the same clothes that were worn during the robberies. Dumbass. 23-year-old Glenn Peck, accused of robbing the PNC Bank, the Chase Bank in Harper Woods, and the PNC in Hazel Park. Investigators linked Peck to the robberies after he posted photos on Facebook of himself holding large amounts of money, wearing the same pants and shoes that he wore during the first 2 robberies. All right. Dumbass of the week, stupid criminal of the week, take your pick, but I guess he's behind bars. Have a wonderful weekend. Thanks for joining us here, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.